come ti va io te dico poi ti quindi no.
Sarà sei già di spiegare. Devi trovare su.
आगे आते थोड़ी बड़ा मैं bilang ya sebenarnya cara aku enak kan बस इंडिया ने तो पहला पे सही नहीं हो दूसरी बार
Yes, sir, arriving
थोड़ी देर में
for your background. Taking you a very warm welcome in the International Conference on Life Sciences, Health, and Environmental Security. Welcome you, sir. Please settle down, students. Priyakara University. It is my great pleasure to extend you all a very warm welcome on the second day of International Conference on Life Sciences, Health and Environmental Sustainability under the aegis of Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, National Council for Science, Technology and Communication, and in collaboration with Microbiology Society of India and Red River Club. We are pleased to share that first day of conference was very fruitful and full of knowledge from the top of eminent speakers. We are very pleased to share that first day of the conference was very productive, where we witnessed the talk of eminent speakers and we had a technical session on research paper presentation, scientific exhibition, and project display, where the participants showcased their talent in diverse areas of science and technology. I am sure that today's session is also going to be very informative and enlightening, and participants will definitely get benefited. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich ourselves with the experiences of our today's guests, where we are having eminent personalities of high repute with us today to give their valuable insights in the area of their specialization. And on the behalf of Vyapara University, we are highly grateful to them for joining us today. Thank you, sir. In today's session, we are having expert talk by distinguished personalities, panel discussion on startups and entrepreneurship, and quiz competition. So now, starting with our second session, I would first like to invite Professor Dr. Timothy Ford, Director IQAP, to welcome our dignitary. Please, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Priyatambara University, I feel very much honored to extend a very cordial welcome to everyone in the second day of the 2 days international conference on life sciences, health and environmental sustainability, catalyzed by Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, supported by Department of Science and Technology, National Council for Science and Technology, and in collaboration with Microbiologist Society India and Red Ribbon Club. The first day of the conference provided an informational international platform where researchers from the diverse backgrounds they presented their scientific findings and discussed about the various aspects to combat the global warming or to provide a sustainable environment for the future generations. Our eminent personalities of the day were they shared their knowledge and experiences with the delegates and the attendees for sustainable development of the environment. Today, on the second day of the conference, we are highly privileged to have an honorable dignitaries with us to share their wisdom and the insightful information. Well, on the onset, I would like to give my heartiest welcome to our worthy Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Dr. Parminder Singh ji, for his valuable presence. Thank you so very much, sir, for your constant support and motivation for the successful execution of this conference. My heartiest welcome to our honorable guest of the day, an eminent personality, epitome of knowledge, Professor Dr. Atul Kumar Groverji, former Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Chennai. Thank you so very much sir, for sparing your valuable time gracing the occasion. We are very much honored and blessed by your gracious presence. With pleasure, I warmly welcome respected Dr. Jaspreet Singh, Vice President of R&D at Molecule, Tampa, Florida, United States, USA. Thank you so very much, sir, for putting all the efforts for joining us today. We are highly delighted by your kind presence. My very warm welcome to Professor S.S.S. Chande, former Principal Officer, State Council for Science and Technology, HP, for joining us online to share his expertise on the startups problem. Thank you so very much, sir, for your valuable presence. I extend my warm welcome to respected Dean Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Satish Kumar Bansalji, for his kind presence. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today.
So, well, on the second day, I wholeheartedly welcome to all the delegates joining us today again across various states of India, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Noida, Gurugram, Aurangabad, J&K, Punjab, and Haryana. Thanks to all of you for putting all the efforts and flying all the way to attend it physically and make it a huge success. I wish and hope that you will remember Riyadh Bara University as a center of excellence. I further extend my very warm welcome to all the deans, directors, director principals, heads of department, faculty members, and of course, our dear students for joining us today for the International Conference on Life Sciences, Health, and Environmental Sustainability, catalyzed and supported by Punjab State Council for Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, National Council for Science and Technology Communication, and in collaboration with Microbiologist Society India and Red Ribbon Club. I pray to Almighty that the second day of the conference must be more interesting, more knowledgeable for each one of you. And it must be a lifelong learning experience for everyone present here and joining through online platform. So once again, on behalf of Riyatan Bhala University, a very cordial welcome to everyone. Have a great day. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I request worthy Vice Chancellor sir to present green welcome to our chief guest of the day, Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Grover sir, former Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Chandigarh. Now I request worthy Vice Chancellor sir to welcome our guest, Professor Dr. Jaspreet Rao. Come on, sir. Now, let's seek the blessing of Mother Goddess Saraswati and light the lamp to illuminate our mind and soul. I want with all the dignitaries to light the lamp. Now, I would like to invite worthy Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Kabinder Ji, for his word of wisdom.
Esteemed chief guest of the day and ocean of knowledge
very towering personality among us, known for his knowledge, a very able administrator, researcher, great personality among us, Professor Arun K. Glavati, ex-Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, earlier Professor, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Bombay, Board of Director member, PET, and many other educational institutions. On behalf of Vyasbara University and on my personal behalf, we accord very warm welcomes to you, sir. And we are grateful that you have spared your valuable time to bless our faculty members, researchers, students, offline as well as online. I'm also thankful to Dr. Jaspreet, a very hardworking researcher from Punjab University to USA. He is known for his contribution, especially during the COVID, when they distributed the air purifier to PGI, to Punjab University, and to many other needy people when we were looking for the oxygen or fresh air. They really worked as the angel to all of us. I'm thankful to Dr. Jeffrey. He just arrived yesterday from USA and he made his commitment that I will be with you. Thank you very much, Dr. Jeffrey. Dr. S.K. Mansur, our Dean Academic, Dr. Simaji, Program Coordinator, other deans, director principals, HODs, faculty member, and dear students. This is our second day proceeding for International Conference of Life Sciences, Environment Sustainability, which coincides with National Science Day, which was inaugurated by Professor Baldev Sethia, Director PET. The overwhelming response by all of you encouraged the management of the university. The university, which came up only a few years back, but the group under the patronage of Mr. Govinder Singh Bara, they are providing the education not only to this region, not only to India, but more than 30 countries from South Africa, Jordan, Nigeria, Kenya, then Zimbabwe, etc. It's a matter of honor for me to be part of this Diaspora group for more than 3.5 years as Vice Chancellor. At the same time, the earnest effort of the management and the authority is to make our students very skillful, who can think out of the box, innovate, and excel. That is the motto of the Diaspora University. Learn, innovate, and excel, and pursue your dream. With NEP at our end now, which is certainly student-centric, highlighting features which have been incorporated in our curriculum with the redesigning of the syllabus, and we wish that Diaspora University should be industry-driven. That efforts we all are making, and we are trying our best that if you are not a job seeker, you should become the job provider. The theme of National Science Day this year was Indigenous Technologies Viksit Bharat. Self-reliant, Atmanirbhar. That's the slogan of our Honorable Prime Minister. The youth of the day, they should be self-equipped with the knowledge from the universities, whether it is a dual degree program or with multi-entry, multi-exit. In this regard, from the clause 10 of NEP to clause 23, which pertains to the higher education, it's very important that we are not to depend on the government job or looking here and there, but the internationalization that is also focused by the NEP. Purpose of conducting such workshop, conference, seminar is to sensitize you for what is happening in the world today. We are the largest democratic country and most of the population is from 18 to 30 years. That is your age to drive the country, to take the country to the higher and highest. You should learn to excel, whether in the science or in engineering or in technology or the interdisciplinary also. We could not think anyone else than Professor Amped Grover. I am very fortunate that when I joined as controller of examination, he was the true mentor. He is a person, if you have the n problems, if you have n problem, sir can have n plus 1 solutions also. That's the remarkable character of Professor Amped, who can lead from the front, who can speak for the student, who can speak for the researcher, who can take care of your academics, research, and wellness. So, without taking much time, because many viewers are online and they are excited to listen to Professor Grover, sir. Sir, very humbly we acknowledge your gracious presence over here and look forward your blessings in our future academic endeavors. I'm thankful to Professor Jasprit, Dr. Jasprit, and all of you. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I request for the Vice Chancellor, sir, to present a token of appreciation to our Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Kumar Mukherjee. And Professor Dr. Jasprit Dawdi. Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time for professional talk of our eminent experts of the day. So firstly, I would like to give a brief introduction of eminent personality, Professor Dr. Grover. Professor Grover served as the Vice Chancellor, Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Professor in the Department of Physics. Dr. Grover has received many awards and special recognitions from various agencies like Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian Physics Association, Indian Institute of Chemical Engineers, Science and Technology, Agency of Government of Japan, and Material Research Society of India. Sir has been a prestigious member of Institute Body of PTI, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Academic Senate, ISL Mohali, Advisory Committee, International Audit Workshop, etc. He has more than 150 publications in his credit, which have been published in International Journal of High Repute. Professor Grover has a long list of achievements in his credit, so without taking much time, I invite and request you, Honorable Chief Guest Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Grover, sir, to share his words of wisdom.
Right, sir. Okay, sir. ये वाली rights.
I cannot have control over it.
Sir, they will be running this slide. नहीं इधर control. लैपटॉप इधर शिफ्ट कर दो. क्या? कैमरा सर एक्चुअली लाइव कैमरा जो ही होगा ना इस वाइट वाइट ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਿਫਟ ਕਰ ਦੋ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਚ ਤੂੰ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ sir actually the control is from this laptop can we do
I need to find use the phone of Okay, sure. Forget it. We'll try to manage.
and so only this way.
Good morning, good afternoon. Let's start. At the outset, I would like to, can you hear me? Hello? No? No? Hello? No? Can you hear now? Okay, so let's try to manage whatever we have. Little bit of simulation. So, at the outset, I would like to thank Professor Parvendra Singh for this invitation to give a talk and interact with you on the National Science Day. You are all aware that since the year 1987, India has been commemorating the National Science Day on the last day of February. Let me check. Can you hear me now? Okay. So we commemorate National Science Day on the last day of February every year since 1987. Why last day of February? Because on this very day, 96 years ago, C.V. Raman enunciated his understanding of a new observation which they had made, which one of the students had made 5 years earlier. So 5 years they had been working on it and knowing fully well that once they understand it, this will be recognized as a work worthy of a Nobel Prize. So on February 28th, he really understood what this new observation is. There was an observation which was marketed as a new observation, but the scientific importance of it and how it could be used in applications in physics and chemistry, that essentially was recognized by him on February 28th. He recognized it at the end of February 27th. On February 28th, he called the press and he described to them a new discovery. And that got published. 1928 was a leap year, so it got published. Next day, on February 29, in leading newspapers of Calcutta, and as well as got carried across the world. So, to be a source of inspiration to the young people and the active researchers within India, it was decided in 87 that every year we must commemorate this day. For last 15, 20 years, I think in the new millennium it started, every year the government of India gives a theme for the celebration of this day. So theme for this year is indigenous technology for Viksit Bharat. So I am not going to tell you what the newer indigenous technologies ought to be. I am actually going to describe to you when did this thought of Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbharta commenced. It commenced 80 years ago. Okay, and this conception of these plans for Vikas and Atmanirbharta, those plans I am going to share with you. And this was made possible by the teacher scientists of India, led by two eminent young scientists of India at that time, namely Meghnad Saha and Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar. So how many of you have heard the names of Saha and Bhatnagar? Yes, right? None? Yeah, okay, once. No more. Government of India award Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar by every year on 26th of September. These awards are given to 15 scientists in India and all fields of science for innovative works of international stature. And Saha is known for Saha ionization equation, and he explained lots of properties, lots of observations which were made relating to the sun's interior temperatures, the spectrum that the sunlight that we observe from the sun, and so on and so forth. And Saha and Bhattacharya were the science leaders who led the teacher scientists of India to conceive these plans for Vikas and Atmanirbharta during the period of Second World War. Next slide. Next slide, please. So we have been commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav was previous one. Slide 2, please. So we have been commemorating in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav as a celebration over 75-week period for whatever we have done since the Indian independence, since the year 1947. So this 75-week period ended on 15th of August 2023, and 3 days before the end of that period, the government of Indian Parliament had approved an act, and the President of India gave concurrence to that act, which was called Anusandhan National Research Foundation. And this Anusandhan, this National Research Foundation, it's my personal belief that it fulfills in some way the idea of National Research Council, which was articulated by the teacher of scientists of India 80 years ago in September of 1943. Next one. So I am going to actually describe to you the tale of the contributions of Saha and Bhatnagar, okay, in the conception of plans for development and self-reliance in India during the Second World War period. So Meghnad Saha, actually, we all know the name of Subhash Chandra Bose. He had become the Congress president in the year 1938. And as he became the Congress president, Meghnad Saha, who was a couple of years senior to him in presidency for Calcutta, he reached out to him and asked him to constitute a national planning committee. And that national planning committee, Mr. Vishwaraya, whose birthday we commemorate every year as National Engineer Day, he was to head that committee. But Saha persuaded Subhash Bose to appoint Jawaharlal Nehru as a member, as a chair of that committee. And of course, he was a member of that 15-member committee. So this is 1938. A year later, the war broke out in Europe, and as this war broke out, Mr. Ramaswamy Mudaliar, who was a member of the Viceroy's Commerce, member of the Viceroy's Council, very like a cabinet minister of the colonial government. So Mr. Ramaswamy Mudaliar, he came to Lahore and met the teacher scientists of Lahore and came with a proposal of considering the long-standing demand of the teacher scientists of India to have a body of scientific and industrial research in India. So the format for scientific and industrial research in India, okay, that proposal was made by Ramaswamy Mudaliar in 1939, and of course he had consulted Saha while coming to that conclusion. Next one. So Bhatnagar, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, who was the founder, director of University Chemical Laboratories at Lahore, and who was known for his innovation. He was so innovative that he used to generate money for research for himself as well as for all the professors of Lahore. One man was generating all that money. So all the research scholars at Lahore were paid scholarship from and the money which was generated by Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar from his consultancy and innovation. So he picked him up to head this board of scientific and industrial research. So when Bhatnagar was moved from Lahore to Calcutta. So BSIR became the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research 2 years later. So a year after the creation of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Saha got all the teacher scientists of India together for a conference, 2-day conference in Calcutta. And that 2-day conference formulated this plan and asked for the creation of National Research Council in colonial India. So India is still not independent. We don't know when the war will end at conversation. It is a that backdrop. This plan was initiated. For 2 months, now the plan is there, but this plan needs endorsement from someone that the colonial government respect. So 2 months later, a Nobel laureate, A.V. Gill, who was also the secretary of the Royal Society, was invited from England from London to India. He arrived in India and spent 4 months traveling all across India and to talk to the teacher scientists and to assess whether this plan actually will work. And so was enunciated in 1854 after the East India Company annexed Punjab. Next policy comes from 1854 to 90 years later in 1940. Second education policy of India. The third education policy of India came via Kothari Commission in the 1966-68. Then the fourth one, 1986. And we have now the fifth one, the new education policy that Manmohanji talked about. Okay, which is currently being implemented in India. So there is a continuity of the initiation of education and the education policies of India for the last 170 years. So, okay, Bhatnagar is the first secretary of education in independent India, and he is also the first chairman of UGC. Next one. So, this is the set of 9 papers that Saha had written to get a DSc degree from Jamnagar University. Saha was awarded DSc degree and not the PhD degree because the quality of work was of such a high quality and it was all done independently by Saha without any supervision. He had only one other paper which was jointly written with Satyen Goel, rest of the papers are all his, so he got a DSc degree from Calcutta. So 2 years down the line, next one. So there is a set of 9 papers that Saha had written it, all 9 single author papers that Bhatnagar had written. So William Bragg, who was a Nobel laureate, he said no, he should be given a DSc degree and not a PhD degree because he has already done work which merits a DSc degree of University of Michigan. So the similarities between these two intellectual giants. Next one. So these were photographs taken in 1920 in London when Acharya Praful Chandra Ray, from Calcutta, had these two famous scientists, Sir Jagdish Chandra Bose and Acharya Praful Chandra Ray. One was a philosopher and the other was a chemist. So Praful Chandra Ray was given the former of Sir in 1990, and then he had retired professor from Presidency College at that time. He went to London. And during his visit to London, Indian students in London, all the students and their supervisors got together to welcome Acharya Praful Chandra Ray. So there is a photograph taken at that time. You can see VC Ray sitting in the center. Okay. And you can see this is Bhatnagar. Okay. And similarly, there is Meghnad Saha. This is the supervisor of Meghnad Saha. This is Saha, Alfred Fowler, and Donan was the supervisor of Bhatnagar, as well as of 2 other students, namely J.C. Ghosh and J.N. Mukherjee. Okay, and this is Sneha Datta was a classmate of Meghnad Saha at Tata School, and he was also with him in the Presidency College. So one of them was a postdoc of the same professor, the other was doing PhD with the same professor at the same during the same 2 years in London. Next one. So these are contemporaries of Meghnad Saha, who were all born within 1 year of this, 1893-94. The 10 stalwarts were born. These are well-known names in independent India. Many of them became fellows of the Royal Society. Maharana Lobby's birthday we celebrate every year as the National Statistical Day. S.K. Mitra is the radio physics man of India. S.N. Bose, you all know, Boson. J.C. Ghosh succeeded C.V. Raman as the director of Indian Institute of Science. And so on. So all these people are very well known in independent India. They were all contemporaries of Saha. Similarly, Bhatnagar had also his contemporaries at Lahore. So there was, once the education took root and teachers started to do research, there was at least a community, not very large, but adequately large, that they could conceive plans for the development of India on their own. And since they don't knew each other from a young age, okay, they didn't fight with each other. So the nation they got together and gave a plan. Next one. So this is a photograph which is taken. Okay, this is a photo. So this is a photograph which is taken. So this is a photograph which is taken in the year 1937, and this is J.C. Bose in the center. Okay, this is J.C. Bose, this is Meghnad Saha, this is J.C. Ghosh, all contemporaries of Saha, who were all students of J.C. Bose at Presidency College. So J.C. Bose was the first science teacher to be employed, first native science teacher to be employed in the Presidency College. They were actually all his students, and this photograph is taken 6 months before J.C. Bose actually died. Purpose of showing you this photograph is that there were the Acharyas had these bright students. Acharyas didn't give the plan for development. That will be too early. You have to create sufficient number and you should know all years before you can conceive the plans. But a nation as large as us. Next one. So, okay, Bhatnagar. I told you earlier that Bhatnagar used to raise money on his own, and this is 1936. And this is the conversation address of the VC of Punjab University at Lahore, Sheikh Bahadur Sapni. And he said, I read the other day in the newspaper that Mason Steel Brothers have in recognition to the great work done by Bhatnagar made a very generous gift of money to him, and he had with a sense of patriotism and self-denial transplanted a considerable part of the gift to the chemistry department of Punjab University for do industrial research. In which researchers could develop new processes for the industrial utilization of Indian raw materials. So, the agenda for self-reliance and development is being led and driven by teachers, scientists like Bhatnagar. Next one. So when Bhatnagar getting all this money, not so much money, 1.5 lakh to feed that thing. And the teacher's salary should be a family. So then Bhatnagar gave all this money, the Saha gave to him. He got congratulations on his neighbor. Your mobile gift to the Punjab University, you have already raised hereby raised the status of the university teachers in the estimation of the public. Not to speak of benefit conferred on your environment. So they have mutual appreciation. Next one. So India had election, some kind of election in 1937 in large part of the colonial India. 11 states went in for election, and it was elections between the political parties of India technically. Nehru was in charge of these elections. In 8 states of India, Congress had won. In states, in Punjab, leader of Muslim League, not the Congress one. It is the feudal lords of Punjab, the government in Punjab, on behalf of the Unionist Party. In which Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh landlords were all together, including such of the So anyway, this is India in 1937. Following India in 1937, we are now in independent country. Next one. So 1 year later, and Saha knew Nehru because Saha was a professor at Allahabad, and around time in Motilal Nehru and Jawaharlal lived, that is only 300 meters from the physics department of the Allahabad University. So they knew each other. So 38, as I told you, Subhash became the Congress president, and the process of planning was initiated. So Saha, as I told you, also had initiated the nuclear physics education in Mumbai, and this is an extract from a book written by G. Venkataraman. Okay, and this is from that book. He gave a lecture in the year 1994. That is the sort of the centenary year of Bhatnagar and Saha. There is this lecture that he had given in office. He said Saha and Nehru had known each other quite well for over a decade and had closely worked on matters relating to planning and national development. But after the Indian independence, Venkataraman right, in the economic and Sangha lost and Viva won. I think of course, I not some confident. But atomic energy India, we identify nuclear energy, atomic energy with Bhabha and not with Saha. Because Nehru started to rely. Initially, he relied on Saha, but later on he relied. Wow. Next. So this is the NNCU and I'm not thinking as money. This is Subhash Bose. This is Subhash Bose. And these are the industry ministers of India, of the states where various governments have been installed. Maybe not politician in this video. In this photograph is Meghnad now. And this photograph got published only in the year 2019. Before that, there was a book on Saha which came up on his 125th birth anniversary. The photograph is there. Go on next. And Saha was highly networked, Bose, Acharya, Professor Chandra Ray, Ashutosh Mukherjee was like a teacher. Then he was known to Nehru, he was known to Bose, he also knew Rajendra Prasad, who became the first president of India. He was a couple of years senior to him in presidency. So all names that you are there in the independent India, Saha was known to all of them. Since Saha was highly networked because he had gone abroad and he had made all these contacts, and he remained in contact with the international scientific community and Indian political leaders all the time. So he's a teacher, scientist, he's a founder of the Science Academy, he's also editor of the initiator of journal. In addition to all this, this is the sociology of Meghnad Singh. Okay? And all this helps conceive all this. Yeah. He was also going to Mr. J.R.D. Tata. He had gone in ground from him, create neutral accelerator. He was before the work. He had sent somebody to learn how to build a cyclotron from Lawrence himself in the University of California in Berkeley. I don't know how many of you are aware of this. Oppenheimer, which has won so many Academy Awards in this thing. So Oppenheimer film, there is a character called Lawrence who built the cyclotron in Berkeley. Somehow it sent very naturally to learn building a cyclotron even before the war had started. So this is the kind of networking that Saha had. Next one. So fine. So here talk starts now. So Raman got the Nobel Prize in the year 1930 for his discovery which was announced on 28th of February 1928. So Meghnad Saha creates a Science Academy in 1936. After that, Raman seeks the creation of a Board of Scientific and Industrial Research as early as 1931. Okay, does not happen. 31 he seeks. So many other people lobbied, but the Viceroy said no. Saha had also lobbied with the Tata, and Tata actually had created the research lab, industrial, first industrial research lab in India came up in the year 1937, set up by the Tata Iron and Steel Company. So that research lab later on transformed to as a National Metallurgical Lab under CSI when India was the founder, director of CSI. Next one. So, okay, CSI had happened, but Nagar moved from Lahore to Calcutta. She gets on up, teacher scientist. They had only 5 lakh fees to distribute for research. Every sum of 5 lakh. This is how the usual industrial research in India commences. Support to industrial research for the teacher scientists of India. 5 lakh rupees in 1940. Of course, it became 1 crore 2 years later, but initially it is just 5 lakh rupees. And in 1941, the Japanese entered the Second World War by attacking the Pearl Harbor, and now they start moving into Asia. So by the time the CSR gets created, Japanese are already in Japan. So they were bomb, Pearl Harbor, they were getting to go. So Vrindavan went to Ram, so the government of the national lab that we are completing, one of them was the chemistry also come up with today, but the next national lab, he said, no, it will not be accepted, and we do it in the, because who knows the Japanese will forget what this further, because Japanese are already chopping the factories and laboratories and killing them. So now the colonial government wanted to have industrial design in India, support to war in the Second World War. So the development of India and the self-reliance in India was not for the development of India, but was to really war in front of the Second World War on British. This was the initial thought. But the plan for that the colonial government did that. That plan was given by the teacher scientists of India, whom they were paying only half the country in the to the Englishmen. The same now with the zero. That is an irony, but that is all. Next one. So fine. So 1943, the teacher scientists of India get together, okay, and J.C. Ghosh, who was the then president of National Institute of Sciences, that's happening. National Institute of Sciences today is the Indian National Science Academy. So the same Science Academy gets all the scientists together for a 2-day symposium. The title of the symposium is Post-War Organization of Scientific Research in India. And all the well-known scientists of India were invited there. And plan is there or to move forward. They say call A.V. Hill, that I have already told you, A.V. Hill and me. Okay. And then things start moving. So this is the Council of the National Institute of Sciences in the year 1944. So you can see all the well-known members, everybody is part of this council. No science leaders are a part of this council. Next one. Next one. So let's get together to discuss what? We discuss how should the wartime infrastructure in science and technology be assimilated for peace and civil organization. War has not yet ended, but as and when the war will end, what should we do? India has not become independent. So what should be the overall organization model of science and technology? And how should India benefit from post-colonial or the Commonwealth structure? And main objective of the symposium was ask for a creation of National Research Council, which should have a lot of money, which can be distributed to the teacher scientists of India to promote the agenda of industrialization and self-reliance. Okay, next one. So they pass a resolution. What is the resolution? Then an organization like NRC should be constituted under the statutory authority of government of India. So it should have the backing of the government of then government of India. And what should the NRC do? NRC should plan the main lines of scientific research in accordance with the national need. The NRC should ensure balanced development of all branches of science and it should minimize learning. And it should promote both and applied research. Next one. So NRC was supposed to have 4 verticals. Okay. It should support general scientific research, it should support agricultural research, medical and public health, okay, engineering research. And each board should constitute research committees, and the research committee should decide how many and in what subjects national lab be set up. We don't have a single national lab in today, CSIR has 40 national labs, DRDO has 40 national labs, agricultural IRI has another 40 labs. None at that time. But which areas, where, how, this was the job that the NRC was supposed to do. Who should do the NRC? NRC should have a council. And in that council, the professional body should elect the member. Not a meeting. White man will elect the member. Professional body will elect the member. And the colonial government will take one of these members to head the national research power. The current National Research Foundation is constituted differently. Its council is made up a little differently. But our teacher scientists are given a detailed draft and they want the participation of to prepare all this. Next one. So these proposals was circulated to everyone. Okay, and the process was not. And for the next 3 years, all the five academies of India, one with Mawad in the Mahat background, that sector is not there. So people may be divided into things as self-important, making out one section, but 2 years they think of all this. That's to all they will implement, if they have exactly implemented. Thank you. So, what did Bhatnagar say? Bhatnagar and that symposium said, it said information relating to raw materials and processes developed during the war is to be collected, carefully assessed and applied to development of new industries. He sought food production, fuel and power, shipbuilding, automatic mobility and transport. India should have chemical industry, and India must also improve its banking sector because if you produce goods, you have to sell. The WTO has happened many years ago, but people were aware that trading will have to be done normally. And he says that questions related to tariffs and protection of states, etc., has to be looked after by Indian government. 1940, 3 September, Bhatnagar said, Thank you. So these teachers, they actually contributed written paper in different disciplines, and those papers were all published in the Proceedings of the National Institute of Science. So 24 papers were contributed. Next one. So this is again Bhatnagar addressing the engineers of India. He said only those nations will have a chance of survival who can not only produce and manufacture them on large scale, but who are also able to harness science and technology in an all-out effort, okay, to improve quality and introduce new ideas and features in the products that will share the message. How to manufacture things, and they have to be of high quality. Only then they will sell globally. Only then people will not buy the British goods. Only they are of quality, they will get sold. If they are conscious of everything that we talk about, 30 years down the line, 80 years down the line. Okay? So he also says, but Nagar says that the scientific and industrial right that will have to be sensitized and encouraged both by state and the people in their own right. So if nothing besides coordination is supposed to have one number will be coming from the government, so not from the corporate sector. So the one also emphasize thinking also. He says ideas of industry and science are therefore both are and should be given of people and gain for an individual should be incidental in the purpose. Do you know that Nagar speeches delivered to the engineers of India in September 8, 1946? Next one. So Avery Hill. Avery Hill, that's a report. That report has 24 sections. You can run last to it. Everything is covered in there. We should have an orange medical center. That is how we have aims in India. We should have IITs in India. We should have everything is that he assimilates. Okay, he puts it in the form. 24 people, there are 24 sections in his report. Then there are recommendations that the nanomark will do 3 years down the line. And then this one. So these are the recommendations. First he says, institute an Indian overseas service will set 1,000 bright Indians coming out of the universities of India for studies abroad. They should learn what they have missed out during the war years in India. So this was a very powerful scheme, and this is what gave India Korean, which was the white revolution. This is what gave India Satish, who went to America, came back, and became a part of driving the space agenda. This also has Bhatnagar's own PhD student who went and got who came back and became the nuclear ban for India for Bhava. And later on, he is the one who directed Abdi Kamal Joint, program. Very many science leaders of India came out of this overseas fellowship. See, that was some of the information now. That's very helpful. J.B. Hill says agriculture is the most important industry. J.B. Hill, not for the population research institute in India. He informed extension of PSM. He also, he said India needs first quality brains trained in atmosphere of wisdom, research, and practical experience. So he asked for creation of MIT like an institution. This is how the plan for IIT was conceived and implemented in India, but implemented in independently. Next one. So these, all the maybe helps that create an institute for instrumentation. Here CSI or Chandigarh, which came up in 1960, but this recommendation was made early in 1921. Okay, so everything meteorological research has to be expanded. Okay, because we have to attend to the needs of aviation sector. Aviation sector in India is only government intensified. But the meteorological lab will monitor the report which are very necessary for the regulation of traffic and safe landing and departure of airplanes from the airfield. All this is along on the recommendations. Okay. Maybe he will also said provide support to the science academies of India. He said support universities and scientific education in fundamental medicines, blah blah blah. Okay. And it is very good. 1 year later, he went back. He had arrived in November of 43, and here later in October of 1944, he said, disaster lies ahead if India's industrial development and natural welfare are not immediately attended to. In the English will say, this is my potential regime for the teachers and teachers. Next one. So this is Harry Hill also arranged for the science leaders of India to go to England and America to see how the world was started to develop and what all great discovery innovations happened during the war in years. So this is Vasnagar, Meghnath Saha, V.N. Mukherjee, all visiting Robert Millikan, Millikan of key by M ratio, someone who received Nobel Prize for the part of the 20th century. So all school students who study science use this experiment for to determine E by M ratio, electron to its mass ratio. Robert Millikan is the one who had given. So they are visiting Millikan. Next one. So fine. So the agenda is there and what all starts happening afterwards. So IARI, the Indian Agricultural Research, got its first director in the form of H.S. Pruthi, who is a we know he was normally professor at Punjab University, the zoology department. He was in Punjab University, short months later on in his life. He became the first director of IARI. Okay. One physicist, J.M. Mukherjee, who had done actually with McNaughton, he is the one who made agricultural research as a part of the university system in India. Then later on, with the Punjab born B.P. Paul, who becomes the who takes over from me, and later on, PhD, Indian Council of Agricultural Research in India. So many single B.P. Paul, but as the director of India, the General of years. And what is calling us a say about B.P. Paul? Next one. He said, B.P. Paul carried the course of Indian agricultural research for almost 3 decades and designed instruments for receiving institutional cooperation in basic and applied science. In Swaminathan said, the one who got the Banana, he got the Bhagat Rajna just few weeks ago. And what is the goal of the man who created India's startup green revolution? And what is Borlaug said? Borlaug said it was during Paul's leadership that the economic research equal the best in the world. He was truly the architect of India's green revolution. And what did B.P. Paul say? He said he used to emphasize what India needs to not just agricultural education, but education for agriculture. If the society doesn't have, then we have only some of the human struggle even continuing even today. Because we just do not understand agriculture in totality. That is the problem. Agriculture is the biggest industry of India. We have not understood how to manage it and how to get the benefits out of it. Next one. So what happened after 1944? There is that something called a Tata Birla plan. GRD gave that plan. Somehow in Australia. Education plan came in the form of Sargent Committee. All India Council of Technical Education was set up in 45. The plan for IITs was given by Nalini Ranjan Sarkar Committee in 46. Plan for All India Institutes of Medical Sciences came again in 46 via the Pune Committee. India becomes independent, but Bangladesh is the secondary higher education. First Education Commission was set up with chairman. UGC is created, but Bangladesh is the first chair of UGC. UGC Act get passed in 56. And the second Education Commission was constituted, whose head was D.S. Kothari. Who was D.S. Kothari? The student of Meghnad Saha at the University of Sampala. Next one. Okay, so there is Sargent Committee. Detailed report is there. And you don't have to read it, but everything that the new education policy says, or the national policy on education says in 86, it is continuation of what was there in the Sargent Committee, which we could not implement over 30, 40 years, so we reiterated whatever doesn't get read further, we reiterated that. And this is how this process is going on since then. Next one. Okay, so he said it was part of the Sargent Committee's recommendation. Financial assistance should be given to the university as a block time for a number of years to enable universities to plan ahead. It's not there in India even today. But this is what ought to happen if we are to promote research and sort of incentivize young people, they can become a part of development. Universities have to have adequate support, and the support has to come from the state sector, whether university, private or state sector university, all of them need support for the national development from the central government. They receive taxes from all of them. So further go on next. Okay, this is report for IITs next. So the report for IITs are even given a cost. How much will it cost to create an IIT? In 1946, it was 3 crores. So obviously, if you pay the money, inflation doubles up things every 7, 8 years. So it is 2 to the 8 to 3. So that number comes to be easily 1,024 crores today. And this is how much does it cost to create an IIT today. Cost will IIT be sustained? Even that is a strategy was given. How should infrastructure of IIT be utilized by the industry? That was also a proposal in that. Next one. So what did Bhatnagar do as the chairman duty? One of the recommendations of AVC was that teachers should be paid well. Teachers are not being paid well in independent India. And Radhakrishnan committee also have that university teachers should be held to live in comfort. The teacher is to devote to teaching, learning and research. Teacher has to do all the 3 things simultaneously. You should not worry about becoming well-being. So it said teachers should be paid well. So the first act of Bhatnagar as a UGC chairman was to increase the salaries of all the teachers by 25%. Next one. Okay, so let's get this. This is just a story how Nehru started to favor Baba and Lord Samas. So Bhatnagar was responsible for tilting Nehru towards Baba and because you knew that they were aging and needed younger people to try to say that. But anyway, Saha fell with Nehru, and that was not good for this all that happened. Next one. So next one, this is a story. So this is a photograph which is taken at the laying of the foundation stone of Tata Institute of Human Research, an institute with Homi Baba had proposed. Nehru is going laying the foundation stone of that institute. So, but Nagar is there, he's actually speaking there, but Saha was not invited to this. Saha was a member of parliament, he was the originator of all these things, but somehow the nation was didn't give it its due. So there is one scientist who deserves to be given Bharat Ratna, that is Meghnad Saha. He was a member of parliament as well. And whole independent India, no other scientist has made it to the Lok Sabha. All the scientists who have been member of parliament, they are all nominated members of the Rajya Sabha. Or MDK Menon was elected government of Hindustan Assembly, but rest of the scientists are not members of Lok Sabha on their own strength. Only one scientist, and that was Saha. And Saha, if we have to give credit to one person for conceiving the plan for development of India, it is Meghnad Saha, not even Bhatta. Saha is behind it. So what did Saha say? Okay, next one. So this is Saha student Kothari, the first advisor to the Ministry of Defense. Next one, advisor of Bhagavatam, who was the last student of C.V. Raman at Calcutta. And next one. So this is what Saha said. This is the last slide. He said it is necessary that scientific men in India should try to press upon government, states and the public bodies the need for encouragement of scientific research and for scientific handling of economic and industrial autonomy of country. We wish to remodel our society and renew the strength of our civilization and lay the foundation of a strong and progressive national life. We must make the fullest use of the power which the knowledge of nature has given. He also goes on to say that we must mold anew the nature of man in both individual and social aspects so that a richer and more harmonious way can live in the great connection land of art. We must train the coming generations for the services of the community in scientific studies and research. So this, here I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. It's a matter of pleasure for us to hear Honorable Dr. Arun Kumar Joshi on his historical context of conception of land policy and India. Thank you so very much for highlighting the issue. Thank you very much for highlighting the role of Leela Saha and Shanti Sarvo Barwagani and journey of two eminent personalities, a very innovative talk. We are highly grateful to you for sharing the insight
Information and enlightening our minds with something new and fresh. So, once again, we are highly grateful to you for the most valuable and gracious presence at the Atal Bhara University.
welcome.
Silence. Students, you are kindly requested to maintain the silence and the decorum in the auditorium. So, with pleasure, I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Ravinder Singh, Modernizing Technology, Program Manager, Cabinet Office, Civil Services, London, UK, for his kind presence. Thank you so very much, sir, for accepting our invitation and joining us today. Thank you so very much. We are highly delighted by your kind presence, sir. Thank you. Now, we move on to the expert talk by our first international speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Jasprit Dao. Dr. Jasprit has come a long way from USA to be with us. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Dao is Vice President of Research and Development at Molecule, Florida, USA. He is a well-renowned personality and has more than 19 years of experience in teaching and research. He is also an expert of visionary material science and indoor air purification. He has more than 60 publications and 19 granted patents to his credit. Dr. Dhao is director, founder, and co-founder of many startups. Request and invite you, sir, for your talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? I'd like to begin with a great thank you to Dr. Pravinda for inviting me to be with the students. It's not been long when I was there where you guys are there. And while sitting over there, I always dreamt to be on the spot. Because whosoever comes, I think Dr. Grover talking about Dr. Bhatnagar, Saha, and many other eminent scientists. His major part was to take you on the path of a journey which has led us to be where we are and tell you a story where it becomes a source of inspiration for you. I always say that I wanted to be here. Your first goal is to be here and then take the country forward in a different direction, in a direction which leads to prosperity, in a direction where everyone prosper, not only a select few. So I have a very high hope from you. It's been long since I interacted with students. After, I think in 2018, I joined Molecule as the director and rose to the level on the VP side. One thing which I really miss is interacting with the students. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. You almost feel young when you interact with students. So you made me 10 years younger today. Okay, so can I move? Do you have? I Yeah, I like to be more interactive, and I want to make it a two-way conversation. I don't want to say what I have done. I just wanted to show you some paths using some of the examples of my research. My topic, which I chose, is environmental sustainability, thinking about the theme of this conference, and that too for sustainable development. Can we go to the next slide, please? And for many of us, always the question comes is, what is sustainability? What is sustainable development? And the way I chose to define that or to make yourselves aware is by giving some new examples of sustainable technologies and sustainable which are needed for sustainable development. Can you click one more time? And I've taken some of the technologies which I have developed during this course of time. Can you go to the next slide? So we'll be talking about four different technologies. Don't want to take so much time. I will be talking about photochemical oxidation, which is used to purify air. And that's what we talked about. That's what my company Molecule does. We purify indoor air. While so many of you guys are sitting in there, we all are generating carbon dioxide, and you may be feeling sleepy. So it's not my fault. It's the carbon dioxide level in this auditorium, which is the cause. So how do we remove carbon dioxide? No, that's one thing. One other aspect is we all bring something with us, and that pollutes the air. And how do we purify the air? Will give you some data that why it is so very important. We're going to talk about solar thermal storage, again, sustainable initiative. We're going to talk about additive manufacturing only if time permits, and lastly, on developing some forms which can extinguish fire. Let's go to the next slide, please. Click. Yeah. So what Dr. Grover was embarking us on was our journey of progress. And I always say, what is progress? Just click it one by one, just one time. So progress for us is when all are happy. One more time, please. When the animals which live with us, they are hungry. We call it. And then further extending it, we say when the animals which live in jungle, one more time, they are happy. Means we are not doing any harm to us. We call it a progress. That we are on a path to progress. But we have moved beyond that. One more second. And that is sustainable business. So countries now are not only interested in progress, they are interested in sustainable development. So what is sustainable development? One. So sustainable development is a development where we all progress, as I have defined, but we do it in a way that the future generations' capability is not impacted. That we don't do it in a way that the future generation which is going to get impact. So if we are polluting the environment, we are impacting the future generation. So now what is called sustainable development. Let's go to the next slide, please. So progress, as I said, is the availability of the energy. Are all progress is associated with how how much energy is available and in what. Click it. And the way we progress till now is by polluting the environment. We have used the energy resources which pollute, and that pollution not only impacts us, but is going to adversely impact the future generation. The use of the use of the resources which create pollution to meet our energy need is not a sustainable development initiative. It is not a sustainable technology. So what it is, how we can do it? We can do it by using clean power generation and use of energy efficient devices. When we talk about LED lighting, when we talk about CFL, when we talk about electric cars, when we talk about electric vehicles, all those are examples of energy efficient devices. The clean energy, I'm going to show it in the next slide on that side. So what we do with that? If we use clean energy, if we use energy efficient devices, what we're going to get is a cleaner environment. And that cleaner environment is going to lead us to a sustainable development. Are you all clear what sustainable development is? Right? Yeah. So you don't have to think just about yourself. You have to think about your kids. You have to think about your grandkids and their kids. Okay. So that is sustainable. Yeah. So sustainable development and the sustainable technology. I'm finding it very hard standing here and normally like to. You have it? Good. That's good. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so there are 4 different pillars of sustainable technologies and sustainable development. Can you hear me? Okay. So मैं देखता मैं उसी बोल सकता नहीं. Can you hear me? Here. All the time. Yeah, okay. Okay, so चार pillars हैं. Four pillars. One is environmental. I already explained what environmental factors are. You don't have to pollute the environment. The second pillar is economic factor, that it has to be really economical, that whatever you do is cheaper, is that right? And most importantly, and I'll give an example, that whatever you are using, it should not deplete. खत्म तो नहीं चाहिए, करनी चाहिए. Originally, sustainable development या sustainable technologies में सिर्फ इन्हें की narrow goal के नाम लिखे. But there are other aspects, and the third, which is so very important, is the social factor. Right? So, on these three factors is the whole sustainable development test. So, whatever lies between these three, that is what is called sustainable. That it has to be economically sustainable, it has to be environmentally sustainable, it has to be socially sustainable. That is what is called a sustainable development or a sustainable technology. Okay, so sustainability in the energy system, I have to look into, keep on looking. Then I look into three different requirements. Okay, and one, they are not significantly depleted. If I'm using something coal, is going to be right. We're going to exhaust all the coal. We're going to exhaust all the fossil fuel. So it should not be that. That is what is called economic sustainability. Next. It should not pollute the environment. That is the environmental sustainability. And third, most importantly, which we is next one more, is that we should not involve the social injustice. Can anyone give example? What does it mean by social injustice? How clean energy can be generated? Give one example. सबसे पहला हाइड्रो इज राइट, आफ्टर है क्लीन है, रिन्यूएबल है, इज राइट. और Pahra Dam established कराने, do you know how many people were removed from their homes? In villages, the villages khali, right? Is that a social justice? That is what we have to do. Let's say wind energy, अगर hydro की कोई नहीं गल करता, wind energy. Just imagine if there is windmill outside your building. It will cause some level of discomfort to you. वो पंखा जो चलता रहेगा और आवाज आंधी है. That is the part of social justice. So whatever we do it in a way that it doesn't cause the inconvenience. For that reason, that any initiative that we take in the name of social or in the name of sustainable, we need to involve the people who will be impacted by that. So that is the social. Can you click it on? So are you clear with that? Let's go to the next slide, please. So, in terms of generation, we talk about renewable, and renewable energy are considered sustainable technologies, are considered to be sustainable. What are the issues? Why don't we have so many renewables? Why don't we have windmills so many? Why don't we have the solar energy or the solar panels everywhere? The issue is that it causes, one more time, that it is diffuse in nature, and the other is it is intermittent in nature. सूरज हों है, बदल आगे सूरज चलता है. That means we won't be able to generate electricity. So that's the problem. So part of the see, there were I think 2 or 3 very good projects which engineering students were showing me. So I always say, when you try to solve something, you start with the problem. You have to define the problem. The moment you define a problem, you will come up with a solution. So understanding the problem is so very important. So the issues with the renewable is, it is intermittent. आज है, कल नहीं होगी, है ना? कल बदल ही बदल है. Then that means we cannot generate electricity. आज wind है, कल नहीं है. Is that right? So that is an issue. The other issue is it's diffuse. Solar energy is there, but it is not in a way that we can harness it to generate electricity. So these are the 2 problems. How did we resolve it? Can we go to the next slide, please? So as far as the diffuse nature is concerned, technology is completely mature, right? We know how to solve this issue. So one way of solving this issue is using the photovoltaic technology, the PV panels. You all guys have seen it. And the other ways is, and I don't know how many of you know about this, it is called the concentrated solar power plants. Have you heard about it? Concentrated solar power plants? Engineering students? PV तो सारा नहीं देखे हैं. Concentrated solar power plants. अच्छा मैंने ये दसो, the solar energy. When you think about solar energy, what do you think about it? In what form the solar energy that you get? What are the two forms? Photons. So that is light, that is ray. Is that right? And the second is heat. Is that right? So we get the what we feel from sun is one is the light, the photons, and the second is heat. In the normal coal power plant, the thermal power plant, what we use? We use heat. है ना? Nuclear power plant is सारे बना करते हैं. So in nuclear power plant, what we do? We carry out nuclear reaction to generate what? And that heat is generated, is causing the water to boil, and that steam that is generated is used to run the turbines, and that's how we generate electricity. So the concentrated solar power plant is simple, that it harnesses the solar energy in the form of heat, and that heat is used to boil water, that generates steam, and that steam is used turbine, and that is electricity for you. Right? Instead of burning fuel, what I'm using solar energy. But what is a simple experiment? While we all were young, right? You still are, I'm not. बच्चे से की करता जैसे हो. We used to take that magnifying lens and use it to burn. So what you were using? And what you are using with the magnifying lens? You were concentrating it. So that is the concentrated solar power plant. So in concentrated solar power, what you do is you concentrate the solar energy in the form of heat, and you use it to heat what is called the heat transfer fluid, and that fluid is used to heat water, convert that into steam, rest of the process remains same. So that means I can run the coal power plant in conjunction with the concentrated solar power plant. Right now, the concentrated solar power plants are losing for a reason that they are very cheap. We haven't invested so much in the concentrated solar power plants. And there are various other technologies in the concentrated. I won't go into that detail. Sometime I'll come later and talk about that. Can we go to the next slide? Issue. So I told the issue about diffusion, the diffused light. So it's not a yes, that's okay.
No talking, please. Kindly maintain hand of technology. Lunch का time is 10 हो गया, so don't worry. Right?
वो ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. Lunch is more important. So when I joined US, and I tell you the story, sir. When I joined US, and the culture is different. Students are there, जो middle class से enter कर रहे हैं, and they eat, they drink, बड़ा open atmosphere. And to me, as a teacher, it's like if I'm not focusing, if my kids are not focusing, then I'm wasting my time, I'm wasting your time. You're wasting my time. So एक होते हैं लाइसी है कि I give you no reason to be in my class. When you are in my class, there's only one thing that I have to listen to you, you have to listen to me. So no drinking, no eating. The giver on the so they used to ignore Anna, pizza bale you know lecture then the see so कहना कुछ नहीं है just go in there वो तो कोल खा जाना फिर ही खा जाना मैं फिर भी बोली जाना उन्हें फिर नहीं रुकना है तो मैं उन्हें कितनी अक्खा देख के आया बोला के you talk about you ask questions and all that and he used to answer फिर ही कुछ कर at the end I used to work yeah You they can have put to that here. Let's see. You're right. So if you're listening, you have to listen. If you're sleeping, you have. Okay. Slideshow, please. So, any problem if solve करेंगे ना later. Any problem solve करेंगे भी? Intermittent needs है ना? सवेरे सन हैगा, रात को तो है नहीं, इधर मतलब पावर प्लांट बंद, लाइटां बंद, जो मैं पढ़ता हूँ थी +1 +2, 4 घंटे दिन से लाइट आती थी, 4 घंटे रात को लाइट आती थी, तो कहीं दिन में पढ़ना, कहीं बार रात में पढ़ना. That is no longer anymore. We get 24-hour electricity supply, so that means we need solar 24 hours. We need wind 24 hours. How we can do it? And it's very simple. By a technique, we call it energy storage. जो तो है वो तो store कर लो, जो तो नहीं है, you use that stored energy to generate electricity for it. It's as very simple. If you know the problem, you can come up with a solution. किसान जो फसल उगाता है ना, हार्वेस्टिंग करता है, बहुत सारी हार्वेस्टिंग हो जाती है, उसके बाद की कनक एक के बाद हार्वेस्ट होती है, खाने आपका सारे साल. So what we do, we store wheat, and from that we eat the whole thing. Can't we do it with the energy? Yes. The answer is yes. We can store renewable energy, and that is the technique is energy storage. And we can do it in 3 categories. One is thermal energy storage. As I said, you store something in the form of heat. I'm going to tell how that is going to be done. The second is mechanical energy, which is the hydrothermal storage. India, I think there are 13 hydrothermal storage facilities. And third is the electrochemical, the batteries. People are using batteries. Battery is the future. Now we are using lithium-ion batteries for you guys. If you want to come into research, if you want energy is the area where you want to focus, please focus on the electrochemical storage. That is the future. Please come up with a substitute to a lithium-ion. Lithium is a rare element, right? Already US is looking into other batteries. Let's go to the next slide, please. So on the thermal energy storage, which was my area when I went to US, started looking into the thermal energy storage because I still believe concentrated solar power plants has a huge potential because PV cannot be integrated with the thermal power plants, but the concentrated solar power plants can be integrated with the thermal power plants. I can run the coal power plants for some times and the concentrated power plants to augment that. I can do that. So to me, it's a huge potential. In case of a concentrated solar power plants, I can store the energy in the form of heat or very simple. एक नो गरम कर लो, एक गरम हो गई, it remains there for an hour. अपने घरां दे विच सेका दिंदे है ना, बोतल च पानी पा के पानी ਨੂੰ ਗਰਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਸੇਕਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ. What you have done? You have stored the heat, right? And that you have utilized. So it's as very as simple. You can use that to store solar energy and generate electricity from it, as I explained. So that is very simple. We call that as a sensible heat. The second is called the latent heat. Sensible heat, the heat density is not very high. So Java needs store vessel. So how do I do that? The latent heat. What is latent heat? When I heat a substance to a degree where it changes its phase. Liquid to gas ban gaya, solid to liquid ban gaya, या solid to directly gas ban gaya. That's a phase change. When the phase change happens, this is a very beautiful graph here. When a phase change happens, I can keep on heating the object as the phase is changing without the increase in the temperature. When this happens, I will get the maximum density at that particular temperature. So phase change materials are materials which are of tremendous interest as far as the thermal energy storage is concerned. And the third, which is again my favorite, is thermochemical energy storage. It has a huge potential because the energy density is way higher than the phase change and the sensing. Let's go to the next slide. So what I have developed in that is called the phase change materials. And in that case scenario, what we have developed is from a 2 storage tank storage, we have got to a single storage tank. So part of the solar energy is used to heat these phase change materials. These phase change materials melts and you store the heat. And when that heat is required, you have the heat transfer fluid passes through those phase change material. It gets heat up, generates steam, and generates the electricity. Let's go to the next slide. So these are the materials that I have created. What are these materials? वो छोटे छोटे capsules हैं, and in those capsules we have salt, inorganic salt like sodium chloride, nitrate, which I can melt and use it. Let's go to the next one. And the thermochemical energy storage, I want you guys to focus on this part. Phase change मैं कर लिया, मैं खत्म कर. There's nothing more to it. But what I have not been able to do is thermochemical energy storage. It is here, and it's a very simple reaction. Calcium carbonate sarin botan, right? If you eat calcium carbonate, what happens? What happens? It degrades and it gives you carbon dioxide and calcium oxide. That's an endothermic reaction. During daytime, I will perform that endothermic reaction, and then during night time, the same carbon dioxide which I have generated, I will pass over calcium oxide. It will get converted into calcium carbonate. That's an endothermic reaction, and an endothermic reaction will heat generated, and that heat will be used to generate steam, and steam will generate electricity. So why can't you guys do it? Issues here, why people are not able to do it. But this is so very simple. Right? Let's go to the next slide. So this is all about energy storage. I just wanted to show you the path that if you want to pursue this area of energy, the area is energy storage. Whether you want to do electrochemical or you want to do thermochemical, it's up to you. Both has huge potential. और मैं हमेशा कहना research कर इधर पैसे कमाना, right? If you want to be rich, be innovative. Think about a problem which impacts you, which impacts your neighbor, which impacts the society, which impacts the country, which impacts the world. So in research, that's what Dr. Grover was telling. For activity study, plots again, that there are no boundaries. There is no America, there is no Canada, there is no India. It's one community that is the scientific community. And we are not bound by politics. Right? So that's an area for you guys. Next slide. And this is right now what I'm working on. It's a video. नहीं होती तो कोई बात Remember the word it destroys pollutant. I'll explain what that is. Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Yeah. So first of all, why indoor air matters, right? Think about a problem that's a research area for you. जो भी interest करता उस research areas you can go about. Okay. So what really before joining molecule, I knew nothing about air. I had a knack of solving problems, research problems, and that is what led me to molecule. I knew nothing about air purification. But while joining molecule, I came to know about the issues and started working on the air purification side. To me, it is why does it matter? Whenever we consider air or air pollution, हमेशा सारे दिमाग में आता है ना, कोई जो पहला factories or vehicles exhaust, है ना? We always consider air purification as something which is generated outside, but it's not the problem in my house. I never consider in my house there are certain things which are going to generate pollution and which is going to impact my health, which is going to impact the health of my kids. I never thought. Till I read this report from WHO, and which really opened my eyes. And what was that? And again, said, if someone would ask me that more people are killed because of indoor air pollution or outdoor air pollution, I would have said people are killed because of outdoor air pollution. I wouldn't have thought about indoor air pollution. In fact, it's the opposite. There are around 4.8 million premature deaths due to indoor air pollution. 4.8 premature deaths. And when I compare with outdoor, it's 3.8. We lose 1 million more because of indoor air pollution. And the second aspect is, I'm thinking that the indoor air pollution is a problem with Western world because they live in a closed environment. They think that central air and that. And so it's their problem, outside the problem in here. But you look into the data, most of those deaths are happening in Asia. In a problem, can we solve it? The answer comes yes. And how do we solve it? For that, we have to understand what's there in the indoor air. Let's put the next slide. So, happy and the particles. When we talk about again pollution, when we look into the data, we look into the particulate matter, right? PM demo. Breaking news. दिल्ली में हवा की क्वालिटी बहुत बुरी है 7:20 p.m. So we consider as pollution only on the particle side of the things. But not only particles, we have issues with the gases. When we consider the gases, we only consider about carbon dioxide, we consider about sulfur dioxide or dioxides and all that. But we don't consider the organic gases, which are called the VOCs, volatile organic compounds. We know benzene is carcinogenic. Also know benzene is volatile, right? I may inhale. So those are the gases. And the third category is bioaerosol. The only good thing COVID has brought us is put this category under the lens. Earlier, people never used to consider bioaerosol. Hospital से जाने हैं कोई सर्टिफिकेट नजदीकी बीमार होता है the doctor says only 1 person is allowed or 2 persons are allowed. अपन गाँव करते हैं मैं बठिंडे से चल के चंडीगढ़ आया you are not allowing me to meet my patient, my friend, is that right? The doctor can no, you are not helping the patient, you are actually putting him under risk. Why? Because with me, I'm bringing those biological organisms, those pathogens, which go in the air, which will impact the health of the patient who's already suffering. Is that right? So bioaerosol ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੋ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ. One, as I said, the bacteria, the virus, SARS-CoV-2, COVID, is that right? When it came, तब तो पहला वही ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ कि what we were using, hand sanitizer, है ना? हाथ साफ कर लो. It impacted not, it had no impact. The rates were still increasing. Why? Because the virus was in the air. And we were the first one actually to acknowledge molecule. I put my neck out, first one to say that guys, it's not surface contamination, it's air contamination. So something needs to be done to purify air. Doctors are nurses are why? Because they were inhaling that virus, a very high load of virus inside. So that is the bioaerosol for you. And in that bioaerosol categories, there is another category which is the allergens. And allergens, asthma, is that right? Where does it come from? It comes from, I call it allergen proteins. Again, I'll put my neck out. I was the first one. When I say Monica was the first one to say about COVID, there are other people in my lab, but I was the first one to say that there are allergen proteins, not allergen particles, which impacts the health of the people indoor, and we need to remove the allergens. We need to remove proteins. एक और स्टोरी है बहुत लंबी स्टोरी है छोटी सुनाऊं तो तेरे क्लासिकल सिंगर देखो क्या have you ever in a concert of a classical singer गायो पहला तो अपना तबला तुला बहुत टेक्निकल बात समझ आया कि concentration बहुत कर पाती so that is the allergens. Can we go to next slide? So how we make the contaminated air purified? There are two ways. One is called the HVAC system, which is the central. You have a central AC here. You have a central air purification system, and that I call it a generalized system. And you can have what is called a portable air system. You can have a small air purifier here, and I call that as a targeted approach. In that targeted approach, my air pollution I need purifier here. I'm not concerned about in that direction. So that is what is the target. In the targeted approach, what you have is a device. Device pulls up the air, and then you have a filter, and that filter removes the pollutant. And a device filter that pollutant filter remove the pollutants. And in total, what you get is a very high efficient device. So when I design a device, I look into how much air is going to pass through the device and what is the efficiency of the filter. If the filter is not efficient, I'm not getting good efficiency. If the filter is efficient, but I'm not moving enough air, I'm not getting it purified. So combining these two, I build a device which is an energy efficient and which is efficient in terms of its capacity to clean air, and that is rated as clean air delivery rate. Higher the carrier rating, better is your device. I'll skip it. So this is the molecule device. It works on a technology which is called PECO, which is photoelectrochemical oxidation. What it does, keep on clicking. What it does is it destroys the pollutant. So I said the word destruction. And why does it matter? If I'm just removing the particles, yes, I'm solving a problem, but that is not a sustainable solution. Because just simple example. So if I'm just using filtration, then I'm just doing that. But if I'm destroying, then I'm putting that pollutant out of the whole system. Then I'm cleaning inside my house, and I'm also cleaning outside my house. So this is an example of a mold spore. If it is just mere filtration, so that's a mold spore for you as an ASEAN image. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. When it destroys, this is what happens on the filter. So no way this mold spore, when it gets onto the filter, gets completely destroyed. Under no circumstances, it either goes back into the atmosphere or releases toxic chemicals. Let's go to the next slide, please. The mechanism is a destruction mechanism. You have a catalyst that generates hydroxyl radicals, and those hydroxyl radicals convert the pollutants into carbon dioxide and water. And that is where I say destruction matters, because what you get is prevention, not treatment. So you're preventing the pollutant. Let's go to the next one, please. So this is SARS-CoV-2 on the filter, on the PECO itself. The SARS-CoV-2 virus is destroyed in less than 1 hour. 99.99% efficiency on that. Next slide. We also tested on the asthma or type 2 inflammation. A lot of people suffers from allergies, and what we found was that use of these portable air purifiers reduces those type 2 inflammations. Let's go to the next slide. So that is air filtration for you. Solve the problem. The third problem is water. And in water on the waste stream, what is so very essential? Again, prevention, not treatment. When polluted water is generated, what we say, we do a treatment. But why do we need to do a treatment? Why can't we prevent pollution generation? So that is a sustainable environmental sustainability when you do the wastewater generation prevention, not the treatment. So there is one chemical which are called the forever chemicals. It is the fluorinated chemicals, and fluorinated chemical, the strongest bond is carbon fluorine bond. Is not biodegradable. For that reason, it just persists in the bond. जो आज soil ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ अगर 1 trillion parts per trillion है, next year it will be 10 parts per trillion. The next year it will be 1 ppm. The next year it will be 100 ppm, and so on. So it will keep on building because it's not biodegradable. So can I develop technologies which doesn't contain PFOS? PFOS is perfluorinated compounds. ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੇਲ ਕੁएं ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਐਰੋਪਲੇਨ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਵਾਰਸ਼ਿਪ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗ ਲੱਗਦੀ ਹੈ, the foam which is used to extinguish those is called the PFOS foams. And now the whole of the world initiatives are being done to remove those PFOS. Let's go to the next one. So I'm working on technology which generates surfactant. Simple surfactant. This कपड़े जिस जितना कपड़े धोने हैं तो उनमें ऐसी तेल कुएं भी आगे भी बुझा सकते. That is a simple solution. कोई rocket science नहीं हो रही. So that is what I proposed. What I proposed was ionic liquid and the surfactant so that that can be used to extinguish the fire. Again, I'm not going into technique. आज से मैं समझ दिखाना चाह रहे हैं. सोचो problem पर है. Come up with a solution. Next slide, please. ले लेना. Straight करेगा. I'll show you a video. Let's go to the next slide. This is a jet fuel. This time jet fuel. What kerosene. So the kerosene आग लग जाती है. This is around about 120 liter kerosene. Kerosene छेदी थी आग लगी उधर से थोड़ा सा gasoline पाया, which is petrol. You turn it on, and then you have to extinguish it. आग नहीं होता तो मैं घट तो घट 20 फुट बना करा सी फिर भी नहीं आग से होता. So the technology which I have developed extinguishes this fire in less than 50 seconds. For this to be really, so ਜਦੋਂ ਵੀ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕੋਈ problem solve करो, specifications बारे में नहीं सोचो. तो पहली बार टेस्ट करने गया था कुछ नहीं हुआ ऐसा, but really bad. So this is Navy Research Lab, US Navy Research Lab. They are the ones who are testing this formulation at this moment. So it extinguishes that form in less than 30 seconds. Let's go to the next slide. That's the gasoline. Gasoline is petrol. gas. So the पहली बार gas वाली, petrol filter, वो gas yes. So right. So gasoline is very difficult to extinguish. It extinguishes the gasoline fire in around about 50 seconds, and the target is to extinguish this fire in less than 60 seconds. So we were able to extinguish that in around about 50 seconds. That's the second test. This is the most difficult test that anyone can pass. Last time when I came, I think I showed you the jet fuel. This is my second lecture here. At that time, we were not successful in gasoline, but now when I come here, we are successful on the gasoline, petrol. Minus one thing, petrol and kerosene. Okay. Next slide. This is called burn back resistance test. Time lapse again. The firefighters gas they started from outside. Outside to Bhutan. And as they are extinguishing fire, they go inside to extinguish fire. Again give Adhajan. But what if again gave what is that? Then these firefighters will be surrounded by gas, by fire. and that may be really fatal. So burn back resistance is so very important for that. So we have to establish that once this foam is put on the fuel is extinguished, the fire is extinguished, it doesn't catch its fire. So that is the burn back resistance. The second aspect of this development is particles sugar. Okay, those. There's no idea. Bunty is here. He developed. Bunty is a molecule employee. He works here while being in India, and he developed these particles which extinguish these gasolines. Additive, मैं क्या बहुत time हो गया? हाँ? ठीक है? Additive से automata ज़्यादा. Additive manufacturing again is the prevention, not the so additive manufacturing is treatment. Okay, so there today phones which to circuit use from there. This is a technology which I invented in 2005, right after my PhD. So it's possible that the circuit which is there in your phone, the devices are getting thinner and thinner. Possible that you're using my invention. It's possible. Your kid is part of your body. Your invention is part of your intellect. Your invention market impacts the people's life. That is the ultimate satisfaction for any scientist. Right? So you do research to solve real world problem, and you do research to bring your product into the market. Don't do anything which is not possible that you're going to get it into the market. Or bringing it to the market or manufacturability should be taught at the first place, not after solving the problem. I'll give you when you brush your teeth, the best efficiency will happen when the toothbrush is at 45-degree angle. So toothbrush is not at the 45-degree angle, the efficiency of cleaning is decreased. So there are these inventors who went on a path that no matter how you handle the toothbrush, the angle will always be 45 degrees. So they came up with the invention. It took them 1.5 years to make those toothbrushes. After 1.5 years, they were so very happy. Okay, let's bring it to the manufacturing, right? When they brought it to the manufacturing engineering said that this cannot be manufactured. It took them another 1.5 years to solve the manufacturability issue. So it's 3 years of development. If they would have thought it about manufacturing on that day, it still would have taken them 1.5 years. Okay, so whenever as an engineer you work on a problem, think about manufacturability, otherwise don't do it. It's just a waste of time. Yeah. Thank you very much.
The first it was the railway of 2020. Now I request. Now I request for the Vice Chancellor sir to present a green welcome and token of appreciation to our guest, Dr. Leela Singh. I invite all of you to Robert Williams. Then release.
3 बजे ऑनलाइन ही है, वो तो ज्वाइन भी उन्होंने हिमाचल से करना है कि हमें नहीं अभी। हाँ ऑनलाइन चाहिए अभी, पहले रविंदर सर का जो आए है उसके बाद ऑनलाइन पे साथ साथ चलेगा। हाँ हाँ, इतना तो लंच उधर ही खवा दो ना। ठीक है, ये हमें चाहिए सर लास्ट में तक। ठीक है सर, अभी अगर अभी अगर करना है तो स्टॉक तो नहीं होगा। कवर लगा के
Right, sir? And video of the board. I don't know.
मैंने कल शेड्यूल करने की इस ताकि भी लेकिन इलेक्ट्रिसिटी चलता
Came from London art conference. Now he is an extremely capable digital and technology program management professional. We are concerned by achievements in public and private sector. He has the international experience with capability to lead the organization in international management. His huge wealth of experience and expertise in fields artificial intelligence, what
yes, okay, but
Yes, please.
I don't think so. I need a mic.
hello.
So, okay. Thank you very much. I think it's very important to give a lecture, that's to keep the people awake.
But let's see what happens. Um, so I'm going to start the talk with artificial intelligence itself and how sustainability is into it. So all of you have your ChatGPT, right? And you use Google, right? So how many Google searches are done every minute of the day? Millions. How many millions? Every minute of the day. It's around 5.9 million Google searches every minute of the day. And do you know how much carbon each Google search generates? Want to make it environment friendly because we're using computing power and we are the worst users of carbon. We are the most carbon intensive industry, I would say. Because each Google search requires 0.2 grams of carbon equivalent. So multiply it by 5.9 million per million. 38 multiplied by 60, 48 by 24. You can imagine where it gets. So don't think you are working in a computer industry, IT industry, artificial intelligence, data intensive industry, which are generating carbon, which are not environment friendly. So that's one. And how much do you think ChatGPT uses carbon? How much kilowatts of power? Any guesses? How many prompts, how many processing it does? How many parameters are there in ChatGPT? Any guesses? How many parameters does it have for prompt references which you get to? 187 billion. That's the references it takes. Yeah. And the power it takes is a huge, which is if I convert it into simple terms, that is running 12 cars on petrol in a day. Now you can imagine how much carbon are generated from the data set, from the IT, from the computer. Right? So 8.4 tons of carbon tons. And if you have to make it environment friendly, what should you do? I could have given a very good presentation to this, but I just want to get through it more with my discussions. I have to keep you awake also. Have you ever thought of this?
Convert carbon into something will be.
How can you convert carbon into this?
There are some microorganisms which use carbon for their then will be this.
Could be. Because all the data centers are very energy intensive data centers. They use huge amount of energy, electrical energy. So whether you build the data center in countries which are old countries, if you think of data centers, where does India stand in data centers? US has the largest number of data centers, which are around 5 times the global of any country, more than that. And of course, India is on the 13th place, very including our country. And there are challenges with India because it's a hot country. Air conditioning required for a data center will be challenging. And how many videos you think every minute of the day you see or upload or download from TikTok? Anyone hear this picture? Take that picture. Read on the Instagram. So one of the videos are uploaded on TikTok. Every minute. How many WhatsApp messages per minute of the day? So, per minute of the day, globally. It's 41 million messages per minute. 41 to 45 million messages per minute. TikTok videos is 167 million. That's the uploading of videos on TikTok every minute of the day. And now you can imagine how much data each video uses. Because all video is the most data consuming content on the net. And 50% of the content on the web is videos. If you convert all the data, 50% of the data is still videos. YouTube, Netflix, whatever you want to call it, Instagram, Snapchat, WhatsApp, you're using everything. But each is consuming power, each is generating a carbon. So what can you do? Because calculating carbon, because I worked with venture capitalists before joining civil services in UK, kind of managing sustainability also. So carbon can be calculated in number of carbon footprint. So carbon footprint is an equivalent terms of carbon that will generate from your any device, whether laptop, mobile phone, data center, whatever services or products you are using. So equivalent tons of carbon, when you are calculating the carbon footprint. So there is a global protocol which is called greenhouse gas protocol, which is called. And then each country has its own. UK has its own DEFRA, US has its own EPA, Australia has its own, France has its own, European Union has its own, complete European Union. So there are different, right, bit of different parameters of calculating the carbon footprint. And when you are calculating the carbon footprint, what happens? What can you do about it? That if you have to reduce the carbon footprint, what should you do? How can you reduce it? Any suggestions?
Reducing the users.
One of the students to ask. Come on. देखो मैं बोल के चला जाएगा तो कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा ठीक है I want you to involve. There is no right or wrong answer. Don't be ashamed to share. कहते आए हो कुछ सीखने be a leader to stand up and say. If you don't have that quality, probably you are missing an opportunity. You don't have that confidence, stand up. Think from that angle. So I am currently get involved. I'm trying to get you involved in the discussions. ये तो मेरे मैं बोल के चला जाएगा मुझे पता नहीं ये सब चीज होता है so equal in terms of carbon how if you have to reduce it what should you do
By minimizing the use of electric gases that emits carbon.
okay by using or minimizing the use of anything else what else you can do
Training the law. Training the law.
right
By training the law.
what framing the law will it solve the problem law का traffic के भी है to follow them laws, regulations, standards are part of government's area. They do make. That's why
greenhouse gases protocol, other protocols have come that you have to be compliant, your company has to be compliant, your footprint has to be this. So there are few techniques with which you can do. Of course, like if you are here changing the lighting to LEDs or efficient lighting system, making it more environment friendly building. But there is, I can see there is no sunlight in this. So we have included every kind of artificial lighting. So can the building is designed in a way that I use the sunlight to light it? And of course, the light you need. So design the building in a sustainable way, environment friendly way, where you can use the natural resources which can make it more environment friendly. We have a building. I can give you an example of Apple building design constructed newly in UK. It was an old powerhouse which was not being used. You can see it on the net. It's available, right? Apple building in New York, but sorry, London, Battersea Power Station. They have designed the building in a way they don't need air conditioning. Don't say that if London is not heat or heat or not hot, temperatures can go in summer up to 40 now. That's the because of global warming. Few years back, I have been there for 20 years. You couldn't see those temperatures. The temperatures will never rise above there. But nowadays, temperatures can touch 40 in London. But they have designed the building in a way that it doesn't require any air conditioning or any heating. Because in winters, you require heating in winter at least, right? But the building is designed in a way that they're not using any resources to heat the building. Natural resources they are using it. And it will automatically cool it during the summers. No air conditioning, no other devices. Because that's where the design has to come into play. Right? Thermodynamics पढ़ी है होना शायद. Engineering drawings भी पढ़ी होनी है. Right? Materials भी पढ़े हैं. Materials have the characteristics. Engineering drawing, you can design a product or a thing in a way that it is automatically cooling itself. You don't require extra resources to clean the thing. Why I'm sharing it with you is think out of the box solutions. So that building is the first one in UK which is designed in a way that it doesn't require any artificial resource to cool or heat it. Natural light is so heavy that you don't require artificial lights that much. To make it more environment friendly. They're trying to make it carbon zero building. I don't know how much they will be successful. But at the moment they are claiming it. Right? So that's where you need to think of when you're making a product or a service or anything, that how you can minimize the use of energy, minimize protecting the environment. How can you grow? Right? And you're using apps, you're using things. I have shared some data with you, right? It's just to give you it is an eye opener for you. And this much of data is being generated. But now that can be used for calculating the carbon or informing the companies that your carbon footprint is XYZ. Right? You require carbon footprint. Now, the second part is to reduce the carbon footprint. So, what we have done past was, so there are two or three techniques. One is offset the carbon. Offsetting the carbon is that you buy or put number of things equivalent to what you have consumed. Right? So if my carbon footprint is X, but I require equivalent trees or equivalent natural resources to compensate what I have generated. Right? But I can offset. So offsetting could be that you are putting a forest near your building, near your sources or somewhere else, but you're trying to improve it. And if you are a chemical industry, if you are another industry, try to treat the water, treat the thing before it goes into the natural resources, so that you don't pollute it. Second is carbon trading, which is currently it has come into play that I can trade the carbon with something else from the other company. That I pay extra. But does it give me that opportunity that I can generate more carbon and then I can pay more money? But I'm trading it. Is it ethically right? No. Socially right? No. To some extent, it may be right that yes, you pay something to the government and government plants resources, natural resources, things, and you pay for it. But it doesn't give you the leverage to destroy the environment. Okay, I am a chemical industry, I can pollute the rivers. Right? Or I will throw the dead bodies into the rivers. Or I will do some kind of somebody has told me something to throw into the river. That's also pollution. You are also part of it. Are you using public transport? Are you using the car? As a citizen, what is your responsibility to the environment? It's not, it's government's responsibility, right? It's every citizen's. What I see here is I have to keep a dog, but I don't want to clean its shit. I will go in the park and it will do the shit and I can walk away. And then I can say, government doesn't do anything. In Western world, it's not acceptable. You have to pick the dog's food yourself, clean it. They take the carrier bags with them. They take the food and put the bin. Not in India. And then we claim that our parks are not good, our walkways are not. It's you as a citizen. What's your responsibility? Are you ready to pick that? So think from that angle. Those countries that because people are also responsible. It's yes, government can make law, make standards, make compliance works, and make fines. They can do fining. Okay, there will be a fine. You don't do this, do this, or that. That's where they can do something. But as a citizen, we have to do our work. Like recently, I think in Chandigarh and other areas have started that you have to keep your waste from food and other things separate from the plastic and trash and so on. So we get three over there: recyclable, non-recyclable, and the food waste. It's three different bins. We have to keep it separate. So that's where you will think from that angle that what you can contribute also. It's not sustainability is to come from the government. Sustainability from you also has to come. And when I talk of you're using generative AI search, one generative AI search, how much carbon it generates? I come back to that again. Google search might do up 2 grams. How much is one generative AI search? You write an essay on this and this. What how much will it equal carbon it will generate? Any guesses? Any guesses? Google search takes 0.2 grams of carbon. And how much will a chat is search will do? Any guesses? Double. Anything else? Anything else? Anyone, CCS cover, anybody would like to challenge that? Or accept that it's 100 times more. One ChatGPT search consumes 100 times more than a human search. What? Why? Because it has to go to the various resources and then type the answer in your language. Oh, all AI, machine learning, all things which we talk of smart cities, smart IoT, smart industries, blockchains, quantum computing, they are all carbon intensive investments. Then what are good motive? Good questions. Because it is giving us an efficiency to deliver those services. Healthcare. AI in healthcare is giving you to prevent the disease, prevent for a better healthcare for people. Right? Similarly, smart city, efficiency across to deliver the services. Agriculture IoT. I can use drones. Of course, they have been used unfortunately for some other purpose recently. Um, it is helping. But what can you do now that you can use those things, but still I can decrease my carbon footprint? What can you do for that? Quantum computing will be intensive, another intensive use, but it will be there in a couple of years. And it will change the world like that. But that's the problem that you need to address. And it's greenfield for you. Because the real thing about this is it's a greenfield. You can do number of things in it. And you can make new products, new services, new things, and make it more environment friendly. See, from that angle, that it's a challenge, but it is giving you an opportunity to make, well, it is opening up the opportunities for you to work. So think from that angle, that it is giving you an opportunity. It's a blank slate for you to work on. You may fail, you may fail in the first attempt, but failure is the first learning also. And we always, when we train our civil service servants in the UK, we always say fail fast. Why? Because if you don't fail, you don't try the other option. You will continue the same path. If you hit a roadblock, then you will change your path. So if you hit something, okay, it's not working. So I think let's try some other thing which will work. So take the failure as learning. Okay, I should not do this. Like Edison, he failed 10,000 times for making it work. It's very easy to say. Very easy to say that person has failed 10,000 times and then build it up. How much resilience or perseverance you have? Can you do that kind of strength in you, perseverance in you to try again and again and again? Get up and rise. That's what is required. Negotiable success. Right. And because of Thomas Edison, all that I can say today. Right? So that's the kind of thing, perseverance in any product, any service, any job you require. Right? But what here, so think from, okay, these are carbon intensive industry, but still we, number one, now all the emerging technologies, they will be used. You cannot escape that. Because it's a data intensive, data is a new oil or new gold as we call it. And people are going to use it. But now you have to make it more sustainable, more environment friendly. Can you do it? How can you do it? Yeah, think from that angle, do the research, do what can be done, what is that research, what can you do, what can you promote. So that will help you to hands in the cloud, and that will give you more opportunities for your job, for your entrepreneurship, whatever you want to do in your life. Whether you start your own company, I have been to SCPI, the first director in my friend. So I've seen the companies grow from a startup with 1 lakh rupees. Now they are running into 10 crore, another 100 crore, one is 20 crore, so on. It took them 5, 6, 10 years to get up to that point. It failed 2 times. So that's where I just want to push that thing that came from that angle. And from our perspective, like in UK government, what we are doing is we are trying to have a carbon footprint of every vendor, every government partner. And we are setting the benchmark for similar industries, similar vendors, similar government partner, similar size of organization, because I cannot compare apple with oranges. If a company is 10 people, another company is 10,000 people, they are not equal. So I have to compare equal with equal. So that how can we help them always running for carbon neutrality? Because our aim is by 2030, we should be carbon zero, net carbon zero, at least in government departments. But how can we achieve that? And COP27, COP28, which are setting the targets for countries also. So think conversion in that area, IT, I don't know which field you are, but whichever field you are, just giving you the flavor that this is an opportunity for you to exploit and grow in it can. Any questions you would like to ask?
Yeah. One is making a phone call will generate more carbon or charging ending on a WhatsApp.
Even the phone call, if you target, that's a little bit. Because data is very less when you are, and if you are making a video call, then of course you are taking the complete perspective.
Video call is more than the talk.
At least 100 times. The bandwidth is intense. That's why it doesn't work on teachers. It has to be forced your 5G.
Carbon generation is everywhere, and it is say 90% like the data, distributed all over
Distributed, because when I send an emails, it's going in groups from various data sets. It distributes. So one email will go through hundreds of groups before it reaches final stage. So all the network which is everywhere is some part of the
That's basically the stuff. With the applications and insights, it have more carbon. How to minimize that?
That depends on how much, how can you influence the select packets on the internet? How can you compress the information before it goes into the transaction there? You can always compress the information and that's it. And then you can take it to another. So that's where you reduce the carbon. So there are techniques which can preserve the whole information still. That's where your algorithms, models, actions, will come into play. Whether sitting, whether prediction, categorization, clusters, reflection, whatever algorithm you are trying to use. Any others? Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. That was, I guess, a highly informative talk, answer. It's looking at information. We are having all the deans had certificate members from the university. So I guess she's sitting here in this auditorium, still proud of virtual idea. Thank you so very much. And sir, highly informative. Really, we need to reduce the carbon footprint, so that we really need to rethink how we can do it. And by doing small gestures, like if we put something in the WhatsApp group and rather than doing thumbs up, we can sit peacefully and say it's okay, it's fine. It's human nature, and that is the sign language we use in our life. So, anyways, thank you so much, sir. For the faculty members and the deans and the heads, thank you so very much. I am really grateful to everyone. Actually, our next session is online. So I'm going to share the Zoom link with everybody. So I request to join. You can go back to your offices and can relax a little bit and can join us online. That would be highly appreciated. Bottom of my heart, thank you so much. Thank you for taking the time to listen. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Friend, you can also join the Zoom link with we did it. Don't go.
Online बोल provide coverage करने से
Now, start our next session of panel discussion on starters and object logic. Our speaker, joining us online, is Professor Dr. Chandel, former Principal Scientific Officer, State Council for Science Technology, Himachal Pradesh, India.
just finalize the
Sir, I invite you for the talk. You are the host, you can share your screen.
mute karo, keep your phone on the mute forward so that but log in the Zoom link so that as an audience our speaker can see you are there in this room and you are attending it. Okay.
So then you can share your screen. You are the host.
Unmute yourself.
When you yourself.
It's okay. Yes, on the back. I just stuff. आवाज बोलो सर can he hear you?
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Can you share the screen? Can I share the screen?
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
So you are the host.
You are the host now, sir. You can share your screen.
Yeah. ये वाला So good afternoon. Do you hear me? Can you see the screen, please?
Yes, sir, we can see. You are audible.
Okay. I thought you said
Lot of disturbances there in background. Ask them to mute them.
evaluate क्या नहीं होगा?
Hello. There is a disturbance actually. Can you check?
Okay, वो best paper के लिए ना?
Should I start?
Offline. आप मैं सिमर मैम की स्कॉलर हूँ, सिमरजीत मैम की मैं डॉक्टर सिमरजीत मैम की स्कॉलर हूँ
Zoom में receive होता है, okay?
मैम आप प्लीज कंसिडर कीजिए, मैंने फ्रेंड सेंड
Hello, hello,
Yes.
hello.
Ei mama bu सर्टिफिकेट में वाला के प्रॉब्लम बारे में कुछ
Can I start?
आंसर भला है
Because there is a background
चलो ये
noise.
बच्चे तो प्लान रोज में थे कने ये जो देख रहे हैं मुझे
Are you able to see the screen, please? Hello.
म्यूट करता मैम सब बोलो सर मैम आप म्यूट हो
Your screen is visible, sir, you can start.
Sir, your screen is visible. You can start, please.
Okay, but there is a noise, background noise. No? Please check.
Everyone else, please mute yourself.
People are speaking, tell the other people.
Other people are speaking, so please mute
Yes,
them
sir,
or
everyone is
something.
muted
Then I
now.
can start.
You can start, please.
Okay, so okay. Okay, so good afternoon. I'll be talking about the towards sustainable energy research, development, innovation, entrepreneurship during this conference, international conference. As some background is already given, presently I am at the Center of Excellence in Energy Science and Technology, Shulni University, and I'll be covering some of the recent topic on the renewable energy sector, which could be utilized for, say, startups or some innovation. This is based upon our experience. So this presentation will cover the overview of sustainable energy research carried out in this renewable energy sector. And I'll be covering the solar thermal applications, photovoltaics, solar, wind, hybrid systems, power generation also, and as some case studies also in the Himalayan region, which we promoted during the past 4 decades. First at the Energy Center at, say, Y.S. Parmar University, then State Council of Science and Technology, and at NIT Hamirpur, and presently at the Center of Excellence in Energy Science Technology at Shulini University, where we have demonstrated these technology, and these technology can be taken up by entrepreneurs as startups for societal benefits. So basically the outline of this talk will be potential of renewable energy resources and what are the challenges in renewable energy sector, climate change concerns, and applications in this sector. Power generation, broadly I'll cover the power generation, building sector, waste to energy, hydrogen energy, agrovoltaics, solar wind resource forecasting, energy management system and challenges, and some of the research initiative which can be taken up also. So environment and climate change issues are there, and we depend upon biomass, fossil fuels, electricity for cooling, space heating and cooling, which impact the forest and environment also. And extreme summer and winter conditions affects the agriculture, horticulture, crops also. And high use of conventional electricity for air conditioning by industry, commercial establishment, institution is also one of the major area of concern. And we depend upon the diesel generators for power backup in industry, institution due to erratic electric supplies also. So what are the options? So one is the energy efficient building design and construction is important, and specifically the higher education institutions. Higher education institution have a role to play, because if we demonstrate these technologies, then it will percolate to the society also. And as you know, energy demands are expected to triple in next 2 decades. So what is the solution? Renewable energy, which is clean and renewable, is the answer, which needs to be followed. And although the full potential of renewable energy sources is not utilized effectively as yet in these sectors, so we can, as I told you, higher education institution like universities or other institution can show the way to all. Potential of clean renewable energy technologies for power generation. These technologies are
Sir, your video is paused. Sir, your video is paused. Can you hear me, sir? बाहर हो गए There must be some technical issues, so please wait.
Hello. Sir, you are the host now. Please share your screen.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please start.
Okay. Okay. So I'll. So I think I covered up to this now. Now there is a. So some of the renewable energy initiatives which we have taken at this university, Shulin University at Center of, we'll be discussing those also. And we have established a Center of Excellence in Energy Science and Technology, 2019. I am, you are able to listen? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So we started BTech, MTech, a PhD program, research and development. And this center was ranked 12th in India for energy research as well. And a 400 kilowatt system is installed, which is PV grid integrated microgrid installed on the building rooftops in the hilly terrain, so that it partially meets the needs of the institution. As I told you, we wanted to, we should have these all the institutions should be sustainable campus where renewable energy can be utilized effectively. This is as per the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals also. We have tried to achieve this. So if you know this source, we have a solar energy source worldwide, very large, vast, with 4 to 7 kilowatt hour per meter square per day, and potential is about 5 into 10 raised to 9 gigawatt hour per year. So this is a very huge resource which needs to be utilized. Unfortunately, it is not being utilized, and so United Nations have taken many steps like this Kyoto Protocol on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It was adopted in 7, and it came into force on 16th February and operationalized during the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, where 37 industrialized countries committed to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by 5% as compared to 1990 emissions. So electric energy produced from fossil fuels, as you know, they contribute to about 25% of greenhouse gas emissions. And by following this, we tried to utilize renewable energies so that these could be reduced. Then there was a Paris Agreement in 2015 to reduce carbon emission, and India committed also. India committed that will try to reduce the carbon emissions by 30 to 35% of its GDP. And India agreed to increase the renewable energy capacity to 500 gigawatt and install 50% of its power from renewable energy sources by 2030. And Glasgow Climate Pact, COP26, a deal was made that in November 2021. So this is expected to assist India in reducing its carbon emissions by 1 billion ton, lowering the country's emission intensity 45% by this thing. And we have kept a target that will become carbon neutral by 2070 if we follow this. So basically, this is we should move toward the sustainable energy education, research, development. This is only possible if we do this, and innovation also. And the United Nations 2030 agenda is for sustainable development is like this, that for this includes 17 sustainable development goals. United Nations formulated this 17 goals, which we'll be discussing. And principle is that leaving no one behind. And this mission statement was that a blueprint to achieve better and more sustainable future for all people and the world by 2030. So you must have seen this picture. These are the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 Sustainable Goals. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, poverty, 0 hunger, like this. And in this, the 6 is water, 7 is energy, and then 11 urban sustainable cities, 13 climate action, and other all. So they are formulated, and all the higher education institution as well as the worldwide, they are trying to implement these goals so that our planet can remain green, and this thing also. And here we have the green initiatives are covered under SDG 1, 7, 11, and 30. Our center has focused initially on SDG 7, 11, and 13. Working on this, try to do. So basically, this is energy for all, that is renewable energy, solar energy for all, 7 goal. And 11 is sustainable cities. Our cities should be sustainable and effective. And in fact, as a part of this, we have made that all the scientific institution or higher education institution, university should be sustainable itself, because large number of people live there, and it is our campus should be sustainable. 13 is climate action, make cities human settlement, this. Then climate action, so that all these issues are interrelated also. Another sector which is very important is the building sector, because it is one of the high energy consuming area. But we don't bother most of this, because buildings consume a lot of energy. About 55% of global electricity demand is for lighting, space heating, and cooling, which is expected to triple by 2050. So this is a huge chunk of energy which needs to be reduced. About 35% of total energy in India, which is increasing at about of 8% per year. So this sector needs to be looked on. And most of the building designs are not climate responsible, because, for example, even in hilly regions, the buildings are designed in such a manner that they consume a lot of energy. In plains also, during summers, we cannot live without air conditioning. So, but if some building designs can be thought of, then it could be better designed also, as if we look after the climate of that location. So there is one technology which is very important. This is known as a passive solar building technology. Passive means you don't require any equipment, machines, etc. to utilize here, and it is based upon only the site planning, that you plan your site according to the path of the sun, orientation, design features, materials, sustainable material, and use solar energy for natural heating, cooling, and daylighting also. Because daylighting also, you use electricity for daylighting in the halls or rooms, etc. So if the building is properly designed, this can be effectively reduced. And the cost of this technology is not very high. It varies from 0 to 10% minimum. And you can reduce 90% reduction in the lighting consumption, 50% saving overall energy consumption. So similarly, heating and cooling features can be added into the building design itself, and you have a clean, pollution-free, healthy environment, and naturally thermal comfort also. So what are the basic concepts of this? I'll briefly just tell you about. One is the site planning. That means where the building is to be designed, that has to be planned as per the climatic condition of the. If it is in plains, then you should not have buildings such that the solar radiation enters into the building much. But in winters, it could. Then orientation. This is known as the passive heating, where for example, places like Himachal or mountains also, where cold climates are there. These passive heating is very effective. That can be direct gain, indirect gain, direct gain, sun spaces. Then passive cooling is useful for plain areas also, nighttime mechanical ventilation, natural ventilation, proper windows sizing, etc. And natural lighting, we should work in a natural light atmosphere. Mostly we work in artificial lighting, which is not good. It results in unhealthy practices. So what is this? This is one of the innovative passive solar building technology, and as I told you, a well-designed building reduce heating and cooling loads also through energy efficient measures as well as utilizing of the renewable energy. Now the photovoltaic uh, panels can be used for providing electricity also. Earlier it was only the design part also. And climate specific technology, they are very comfortable and natural buildings. Although this is not much known. So in Himachal Pradesh, we started this in 1994. We formulated a solar house action plan for Himachal Pradesh. And this was when even then the sustainable development goals were not identified, but we tried to do that in this. I was in Science and Technology Council and I coordinated this program. And this is the first state to implement the passive solar housing technology, even before the United Nations initiative was taken. So what are the concepts? As I told you, design the building as per sun path orientation. Again, you have to study the path of the sun at the particular location. Climate analysis has to be done and then design the building, which is generally not considered, although minor considered, but not by architects, etc. So you can have sun spacing attached greenhouse. There is a solar tram wall, because the question comes during night time, sun will not be there. How I can heat my room? So this is the one of the answers which I will discuss further. Solar tram wall system. Tram was the French scientist who first demonstrated this simple technology by which you can heat your rooms in a house during night time also. Solar windows, window box heater, thermosiphoning air heating panel. These are part of the sustainable material also, because we are not using materials which are sustainable and eco-friendly and reducing greenhouse gas emissions also. So all these aspects need to be considered. So this is a solar tram wall. As I told you, Trom was the French scientist. He, with the architect, developed a simple wall. What is this? This is solar radiation. There is a glass here, and this is the simple wall, outer wall of your house or room. Maybe this is the room. So when the solar radiation falls on this glass, it enters into this, and this wall will absorb this heat. And if you want quick, there could be a small fan added here, and it will the air in this room will passing through and get heated and circulating. After some time, maybe 10 to 15 minutes, your room can be heated. During winter, this is required more. And this wall has the property that it will lose heat when there is no sun. So during night time also, this room will be heated, will remain warm during winters. So this is quite a good solution for winter time heating also. And this wall can be fitted into existing houses also. You may have made house, but you want that this room should be I want this room to be heated during night time, during winters. So it can be designed so that there is no effect of summer sun, but winter you can get. So very simple technology. And this thing. So this wall is made of dark color, painted dark paint, and it will absorb the heat, and it will lose the heat around in 6 to 7 hours. So during night time, it will remain warm. So this is very good technology, but it's simple, but generally not followed because people are not knowing much about this. So we made a simple tram wall at university also. This is that wall. This is a small animal house room, because they were using air conditioner to keep them warm during winters. But we suggested that let us make a tram wall here, and we made a tram wall, simple tram wall in this, so it remains comfortable and you don't require AC to be used for heating there. Similarly, this, as I told you, we started this solar house action plan in 94. Though this was the first building. It is building is in Shimla. This is HP State Cooperative Bank building. In 98, it was formulated. This is the simple traum wall, and it has windows, double glazed windows also. It has a rooftop air heating system, backup system. So what I want to show is that this technology is very effective, and we can utilize solar energy for comfortable double glazed windows are also, and this is good for such buildings. So, and if you see, this is a 48-story tallest building in New York, where panels are integrated into this. So building integrated photovoltaic is also now can be used instead of like curtain walls also that provide electricity as conventional. In place of conventional glass, you can use these panels also. And natural cooling concepts are also there, which be integrated into the building, and by which when the radiation falls, it will circulate the air from this thing. And this is one of the component for zero energy buildings also. So it is called solar chimney also. It has been used in big buildings in Bombay, etc., by the architects. Other thing which I was talking about, the sustainable campuses of the universities. So they need to follow some kind of policy, because a lot of construction is being done by all the universities or institution in there. So, but they are not following the sustainable practices. So these features can be added, but first you should have a policy that, okay, all our buildings should be net zero or zero carbon emission buildings. And at our in this university, we made it mandatory that all the new buildings should be designed as in the campus with following these features, because it saves a lot of energy. Lot of electricity bills will be reduced. Air conditioning may not be required if it properly done also. So this policy can be done. We formulated a policy for the institution so that it follows. Although in Himachal Pradesh already the policy is there, but it is not followed by institutions. So we try to follow here also. And you require a coordinating agency, technical also, those who can do some kind of research and provide technical inputs to the construction division of your institution. And then for a sustainable campus, you must have climatic data, energy database also. This is useful for data research also. And if you want to create a climate responsive energy research, solar, wind, temperature data, automatic weather station is there, which record the data. This you have to promote education, research, along with the development also of the technology. So this is quite good. And then we try to implement some traditional, these are kind of a mud houses along with wooden houses in a yoga hut there. And 10 such huts have been designed and constructed in order to demonstrate the sustainability of the materials also. Another technologies which are very useful is for example, as I told you, we have installed a 400 kilowatt grid connected solar photovoltaic plant to meet the energy needs of the university. Another important is the solar steam cooking system for 500 girls in a girls hostel. It saves about 2 to 3 LPG cylinders per day. So that is a lot of energy to be saved. These are those concentrated solar technology. This is very useful, and it has been installed in gurdwaras, temples, and everywhere nowadays. And it is a very useful technology and saves a lot of energy. So in your campus or in hostel also, this needs to be followed. And these are well-known and well-established technologies. So, and in our campus, we use electric cars for transportation. No diesel emissions should be there. Solar street lighting could be there. And then energy and environment disaster management policies also. So I think we should move towards utilizing the renewable energy sources. These are the water heating system which are used. And this is the over car parking, a photovoltaic system. So car parking roof is there, plus it provides electricity also. Then this technology, which is concentrated solar technology, in which power generation can be used. This is also one of the, so we have tried to work on the research area also. And this is a picture at NTPC Noida. And we had a interaction with them to follow up concentrated solar power generation technology. Although in India it is quite not much promoted, but even then, but this is quite a good technology for cooking, and that purpose is also steam cooking. But power generation is also not being tried by NTPC. So this is the research area. When we promote research, then technology is better understandable also. So we should do that also. First, we started at NIT Hamirpur also this type of systems. Then later on, in many places have been installed here, and this is quite usual. In Badu Sahab is also this concentrated solar technology is being utilized for cooking in Gurdwara. Then hydrogen energy, geothermal energy, fuels research. These are some of the other areas also. Potential area now, the focus is on wind power generation also. That is onshore or offshore wind power. India is also moving ahead for large wind power generation where the wind speeds are available. So another new area or recent area is known as the agrovoltaics. That basically the photovoltaic panels are used for to provide electricity, because land, the solar power plants require a lot of land resource which is not available. So we should not deprive the power generation by photovoltaic panel and large, because megawatt scale power plants require a lot of land. So the solution is that you keep your this fields also, agriculture fields also there, and install photovoltaic panel in such a manner so that crop can be grown or like this. This is one example, but it can be covered also, and so that maximum land can be used. This is not the agriculture. This is a new area of research for also for agriculture people. They are, if you have agriculture field also, that it can be done. This is another where you plant photovoltaic plants produce electricity as well as crops also. Another area is the water bodies or canals, etc., lakes, etc. They are also utilized for making floating power plants. This is called utilizing water bodies for power generation. Okay, this is one example. So that the panels remain cool also, and they produce electricity also. So we have to save the land resource also. This is one of the example. Megawatt scale have been installed in India also. This is. Another important is the storage, because solar energy or wind energy, they are fluctuating energy. So if they are not stored properly, power generation is not stored, that can be done through batteries or etc. Then it can be utilized. Generally, they are supplied to grid only, but that creates grid instability also, which needs to be required. But now the technologies have matured also, and this could be big battery storage also, so you can get the electrical backup. Because these plants have the property that if they are so sun is not there, then it will you cannot supply the electricity to the grid when there is. So battery storage is very important nowadays for grid stability as well as for use also. Another new area you must have heard about hydrogen energy, green hydro, which is being utilized, and we have a green mission also in India also. So they can be utilized. They use traditional electrolyzer, PEM electrolyzer, power plants, steel plants, electronics, etc. And mostly in North America, Europe, they have started using large scale. And these are some of the companies which have now viable and commercial production of hydrogen also safe, and this one. So basically the electricity is supplied and there is electrolysis, hydrogen is produced and it can be stored, then it can be utilized for various applications nowadays. So this is coming up area and quite useful, and this thing. Another is waste to energy. We are having a lot of waste, but effective solution has not been there. And we started biogas research few years ago, but now it has not been come to that point, or it has been neglected, I may say. So natural in kitchen also, you can utilize this for, in place of LPG, you can have a biogas system small. Now the plastic biogas plants are also available, which can be easily installed in your kitchen also. And in Pune or other places, such simple small biogas plants are available, which needs to be utilized. And effectively, R&D institution or institution, they should work on this area also, because your conference is in biology also. So this is one of the areas where more research as well as further applications could be utilized. Higher education should have net zero energy. What is net zero? That means try to meet your energy needs through renewable energy courses. You will maybe producing electricity extra, and which can be supplied to other places also on the rooftops of the buildings, other buildings. So this is coming up area now. Large government of India has also MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources, giving an incentive. They need to be utilized by the institutions also. And this will meet the targets also of net zero carbon emissions also. And we should follow United Nations Sustainable Development Goals through innovative policies and these also. So we formulated policy for our institution so that we try to do the environment and waste management. Once the policy is made for your institution, for example, or other institution, then you can enforce that policy in the institution, but provided they are followed by serious interest. We should have linkage between government, higher education, industry, society for SDG implementation and sustainable goals also. These are the 17 sustainable goals. We require
Sir,
government
please
supports.
wind up.
Yeah. So, and this is a strategy for implementation. Okay. These are the Green Initiative Roadmap for Sustainable Future. All universities should have sustainable townships or green campuses. And I think they should also have center of energies also on. So this is the one document which is building a sustainable future, which we prepared for Association of Indian Universities. This is available on their website also. You can see this. And these are some of the recommendations of this. Each higher education should establish center of excellence, sustainability in education. Course curriculum research should be postdoctoral research, and doctoral research should also focus on this. And these are some of the challenges and strategies which you should have a technical support system where these sources can be applied in various fields. Curriculum, they must be improved like this also. So this is towards net zero and carbon free sustainable township. This should be the goal of every higher education institution, and that can be easily done. And so these are some of the which we are trying to do here, and like this. So based on our work on the SDG 7 and SDG 6 in time higher education impact tracking, we ranked second worldwide in SDG 7 affordable energy and sixth worldwide for water and this thing also. So I think this is all. Which somebody is interested, we can provide some inputs in this also. Thank you. So if you have any questions?
He is able to hear.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk.
So please, yeah, let me concentrate. The lady has it. So question is please. और यहाँ पे मैं दोबारा repeat
So now we will proceed for our next segment. That is for God.
So your question is, what is the exercise unit of financial?
So now we are ready.
Okay, then thank you very much.
guidance, safe and encouragement. It's a full execution of the conference. So, sir, now it's time to honor our participants. So, I request your presence on the stage. Thank you. So, now we have to do the follow-up. Next is the projector. You might start. Good job, second. Now the best paper presentation award goes to Miss Pooja and Sonamane from Government Institute of Technology. Please give them a Second award goes to Dr. Jyoti Sharma. She is from Punjab University, Chandigarh, but at present she is not. So we will proceed for the third award. The third award goes to Miss Priya from LSC Biology Art. Next category is for science project. So for science project, first award goes to Amandeep and first for e-target collection. Amandeep, thank you. सारे सर्टिफिकेट है सारे तो आप लगाने चाहिए Second award goes to Tamil Sabha and Chief Pooja and Kanta for biodata. Sabha Pooja and third award goes to Dr. Simon and team hydroponics. Namaskar, Singra committee Tamalo Did also? We have show you charge care get the certificate and put it on us. It's a उधर भी चले जाना conversations of winner of president Nekta and Sudiksha. But Sudiksha covered the winners of art competition. First time Sudiksha from Department of Life Sciences. तो देखो बैग बैग खेलना करके बड़ी मालूम करना का फार्मेसी स्कूल नहीं के करना रहा फिर बैग Next award is for best PhD research scholar award. This goes to Miss Vanshika. Best PhD research scholar award. Actually, we hear the song from South. Now the microbiology of India, that people everything without should also wants to work. So for this, I'm going to say what about for the section microbiology.
Congratulations, Tanu.
Now the last but not the least that goes to Professor Dr. Shivan from my children. That is microbiology. Yeah. Thank you. So, well, heartist congratulations to all the winners. Their heartist special.
It's not only about winning, it's about participating in any kind of competition.
Even Indian multi-mode sporting us right now. Because we have working tirelessly for the last 30, for the last one. And I have seen one more staff. They are asking, sir, give us some list. Very much for putting all the efforts and making it a success, but this wouldn't be possible without the important guidance of our the Vice Chancellor, sir. Special of our dear students. You know the job participating in the various activities, creating very innovative projects and some exhibitions. That is the something that needs to know our master students even the research of they did a great job. Patient Miss Pooja, I can see she is with the since yesterday. Thank you so very much for your patience and joining us today. As well, thank you so very much. Thanks to our dean. He was not available yesterday, but still I would like to consider his contribution today. He has brought chancellor. So very much to Dr. Elmore Goel. He has sports since yesterday in organizing various activities. Thank you, Monica ma'am. And thank you each and everyone to my all faculty members. Dr. Petition, Dr. Drinder, Dr. Rita, Dr. Nishita, Dr. Paul, Dr. China, and Sabah, Shubhi, Navneet, Satnam, and the doctors know the so Dr. Sibaji. God bless you all.